Happy New Year. First meeting of the Board of Supervisors for 2026. It's going to take a little bit of getting used to. Thank you everybody for attending. Always nice to have a full house here as well. Just going over the agenda a little bit for today. We're going to have our 9 a.m. presentation from the Fire Ad Hoc Committee. We're going to be then having 2 12 p.m. appointments. We can't start those until 12 p.m. So there may be a little delay depending on how long it takes, and a couple consent items. But with that, we're going to open the Board of Supervisors meeting. It's 9:01 a.m. and I'm going to ask Mario, you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Our head of local 2881 CAL FIRE, thank you. Said the danger of knowing the chair and we might call on you for Pledge of Allegiance in front of everybody. All right, so with that, we're going to open up our oral communications section of the agenda. This is for anything that is not on the agenda for today, any general comments to the board. You'll have 3 minutes to be able to address the Board of Supervisors. Any questions, comments, any concerns? And with that, we'll open up oral communications. And you'll have a beep at 1 minute left, so please come forward. Hey. Good morning.
Good morning. Barbara Dressler. Sonora's main drain street grates drain 200 acres of downtown Sonora through underground stack rock tunnels dating back to the 1890s. A serious collapse in that tunnel under Stockton Road, Highway 49, was discovered with drone footage flown by Dewberry Engineering, contracted to the City of Sonora in 2023. This collapse now shows tracking and subsidence in the recently repaved roadbed near the Stockton Road entrance to the Bank of America parking lot. The collapse can be viewed on the 2023 drone video at the YouTube link that I've emailed each of you. This is Dewberry's written assessment and recommendation from the 2023 reports on the drone footage. The 5th collapse area is of concern because this section of failed tunnel is approximately 10 to 12 feet and the west wall and lid of the tunnel at this location are missing. At this location, it appears that only the arching effect of the soil above the tunnel is supporting Stockton Street SR 49. The report continues at this same location. Settlement in the roadway above the tunnel can be seen and has been previously marked by the city as a location of potential tunnel failure. Consultants submitted a letter to the city which was forwarded to Caltrans on the 2nd of June 2023, recommending the portion of the road above this section of collapsed tunnel be blocked off from traffic and this location of the tunnel be exposed and repaired in the very near future. Erosion has inevitably increased the tunnel wall deterioration beyond the dangerous condition already presented in the video and report 3 years ago. Stockton Road, Highway 49 is a key transportation and evacuation route for all of Tuolumne County, and this collapse risks injuring anyone driving over it. Caltrans' website lists all current projects planned for Tuolumne County up to 2031, and this repair is not included. City Administrator Chris Gorski tells me that the City of Sonora has repeatedly reminded Caltrans of the collapse. On December 23, 2025, Supervisor Jaron Brandon emailed Caltrans District 10 Director Grace Megsayo about this. She replied she would discuss it with staff. Caltrans has ignored the threat of this collapse since 2023. I'm asking the Board of Supervisors to join with the Sonora City Council to compel state legislators to pressure Caltrans to make this repair, which is a clear and present danger to all our residents. Please go and look for yourselves where Stockton Road is visibly failing and make this a priority. You'll be judged responsible if someone is injured when, not if, the road caves into the collapse, if the Board of Supervisors with Sonora City Council hasn't aggressively demanded Caltrans repair this for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Holly?
Good morning.
First of all, thank you. I'm sorry I don't come to these meetings except for when there's a problem, and so I'm here. Tuolumne County Transit is a wonderful thing we have in our county, and it's not working. got problems, and I'm not sure how much that, I think two of you are on that board. I've been researching. And Heather, are you Heather? No? I've left messages to talk to one of you through Heather. And anyway, long story short, there's discriminatory things happening. Number one, there are 12 fixed routes a day that have been set up by Tuolumne County Transit that go to Jamestown, and 0 that go to Tuolumne City. And I know that low-income people who would like to get a car and don't have a car would love to work at some of the other places in town and in Tuolumne City, which is Black Oak Casino is one of our biggest employers, and there's no way for them to get there. My exact problem is that my son has Down syndrome. He's 43, and he's in Special Olympics. I've been a Special Olympics coach. We've been involved in the county for 25 years. We lived in Long Barn. We moved down to downtown Sonora on purpose so he could ride the bus. So this year, for whatever reason, when you call Tuolumne County Transit and you say, Timothy Colley would like a ride at 3 o'clock to Black Oak Casino, they ask, why is he going there? Would they ask you why you were wanting a ride on the bus? Is that an appropriate thing to ask anyone? So when I say, honestly, he's going to Special Olympics bowling, they say, oh, we're not transporting for that. So I went to some of you, but it was too late because I tried Heather before Christmas, and then it's been I called yesterday. It was bad, trying to figure out when this meeting was. I got the council, Tim Gillespie, very helpful. He explained that they had set up 12 fixed routes going to Jamestown, 0 to Tuolumne City. Why could we just not take 4 of them going that way? My son also, his main support is his sister, and guess where she lives? Tuolumne City. So he used to be able to work his schedule around whatever the fixed route was. I'm almost done.
You have 1 more minute, yeah.
Okay. So I just like you to consider, I know it's not on your plate, but as the people I feel like is over everyone, I would love to have you check into this to see. I do believe that if my son calls Tuolumne County Transit, he qualifies, he has a dial-a-ride ticket, he has a pass, that they should not be asking him why he wants to go there, that's quite discriminatory. So if I told him he was going there to gamble, would they have given him a ride? But I didn't lie. He's going for Special Olympics. So the other thing is we do have other entities in the county that maybe we need to look at as parents for resources. I'm almost 70, so I'm really trying to make his life successful in Tuolumne County in downtown Sonora when I'm gone. And big part of that is being able for him to get around because he could never get a driver's license. So that was what I wanted to share, and thank you for being here, and thank you for all the hours you put in and for letting us know on Facebook things. So thank you so much.
Great, thank you. And Supervisor Campbell, I believe you sit on TCTC?
Yeah, and thank you very much for your comments. So just to address a couple of things that you brought up, there is a plan for a fixed route system to Tuolumne that we're working on right now in TCTC, so hopefully that'll alleviate. But I think the majority of what you were referencing was the dial-a-ride service. They do ask where you're going, partially because they have limitations with the types of buses that they use for dial-a-ride for the locations that they can go in the service area. But yeah, I would love to talk to you more about it and see if there's better ways we can improve that service if you're facing difficulties there. So maybe if somebody can get her my card, or I'm Ryan, so you can give me a call or email.
And
okay, thank you.
And ma'am, I believe Tamara, who's standing up in the back, is the executive director of the Transportation Council. So you might grab her and speak with her in the lobby if you want at your convenience. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Butner, publisher of CalaverisWatchdog.com. On January 1st, I posted to several social media pages and groups a screenshot of an alleged April 15th, 2024 Facebook exchange between Tuolumne County District 4 Supervisor-elect Steve Griefer and Darren Duez, a current member-at-large of the Tuolumne County Republican Party. At that time, Supervisor-elect Griefer is alleged to have posted the following statement: "Let's imprison all trannies and let the inmates deal with it. They love pedophiles on the inside." Darren Duez is alleged to have responded, "Skip the jail, I've got rope." Upon my reposting of this alleged derogatory exchange between Steve Griefer and Darren Duez on January 1st, a spirited online community debate ensued. Steve Griefer immediately claimed in his Facebook comment, "I didn't say that," to which Darren Duez replied, "I would say it much worse, but never with punctuation. I'm anti-pedophile." If it were proven that a private sector employee made the reprehensible comments allegedly made by Steve Griefer, termination would likely be immediate. If it were to be proven that allegations of Steve Griefer and Darren Duez having exchanged these reprehensible comments on social media platform calling for the murder of people of a marginalized community, it would represent the introduction of stochastic terrorism into our community. Supervisor Griefer is now adamant in his published January 1st proclamation that he did not post that alleged statement to imprison all trannies. Supervisor Griefer, the alleged commenting pattern in this instance mirrors your similar online commenting and conduct that I have discovered and archived. To resolve this allegation, Supervisor, you must download and provide your entire Facebook history to the offices of the Tuolumne County Sheriff and District Attorney for an extensive investigation. As you are aware, regional tourism in the Mother Lode is already facing many challenges. What led you to allegedly believe that a candidate for county supervisor introducing transphobic prejudice into the community was a wise strategy for maintaining and increasing tourism? Did you not deliver a special address to the 2025 Visit Tuolumne Tourism Summit last October? As a 30-year public relations specialist, I anticipate pitching this story to national travel and LGBTQ media absent your swift and earnest apology to this community if my allegations are proven accurate. Belligerently ignorant, transphobic bigotry is a threat to public safety and the county's economic security. Dismiss this allegation and you'll be responsible for stoking substantial campaign and socioeconomic issues that are likely to impact the Tuolumne County District Supervisor and California Senatorial District 4 June primary elections. My name is Christopher Butner, publisher of Calaveras.watchdog.com, a government accountability blog. Mike, take off the baseball hat. This is not a Little League game. Show some respect to the process.
Thank you. And I hate to be the stickler. We do ask that we don't want anybody to get up and be booed. We also ask that there's not any applause. It's a request, but it helps to make sure nobody feels too intimidated to come up and speak. It can already be intimidating sometimes, so thank you for that. Do we have any additional oral communications to the board? Good morning.
Good morning. Boy, the world is changing really fast. Minnesota is just the tip of the iceberg, and the following are the words of Victor Davis Hanson. Representative Kevin Kiley stood on the House floor and stated what California's own audit confirms. California is the fraud capital of America. Not hyperbole, not partisan exaggeration, a mathematical certainty derived from the state's own accounting. The number of agencies designated as high risk for waste, fraud, and abuse or mismanagement has doubled under Newsom's tenure. 8 separate agencies now carry this designation, meaning they exhibit serious fiscal pathologies and have failed to implement adequate corrective actions despite repeated warnings. The Employment Development Department that dispensed $32 billion to fraudsters during COVID. The Department of Social Services overseeing CalFresh benefits hemorrhaging billions in improper payments. The Department of Finance that lost track of $24 billion in homelessness funds. The California High-Speed Rail Authority burning through $18 billion with nothing to show but environmental studies and abandoned construction sites. These are not discrete failures, but systemic collapse manifesting across every major function of state government. Those are wise words from a very smart man, only I would take it a step further. I could make a strong argument that all of this is done on purpose because we are at war right here on the home front. It's not the kind of war you see in the movies, but it could be soon. If this doesn't get fixed now, the best case scenario is that all of your pensions are gone. The worst case, well, you know. The tables of the wicked are being flipped. You better decide which side you are on. God bless and God save America, and God bless you all. Have a good day.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, all. Patricia Ray, once again on the you-know-what. This will be excerpts from the sheets. Annoyances from 18955 Industry Way observed. Initial tree extermination with 3 bulldozers at once was noisy, ugly, smelly, deeply depressing. Lack of screening or any landscaping whatsoever thereafter includes unobstructed glare of several unshielded big blue crime lights, of which Bruce's on a pole is biggest and worst. Dusk to dawn. A large mature oak on my side of the fence, in poor condition since large diameter roots were severed by excavation. Exhibit A. Strong physical effects of nearby copiously smoking, bad running diesel equipment, but the sore throat and stinging eye corners, nostrils, tongue always quickly left when I drove off Rugged Trail onto Tuolumne Road. Washington streets, heavy traffic, smells. But it has never given me the above effects. I have no allergies. Because of all-day noise at home, I once took bank statements in the car with me and did them, ate light lunch, read a magazine, was refreshed by a nice view out my windshield, parked in a lot along 108. Blessedly peaceful with just ordinary traffic, including some mufflerless vehicles. That way I could concentrate and not make paperwork mistakes. I remember doing this once, but possibly twice. And a little more time, endless, if sometimes intermittent, grading, dumping, excavating, paving, further tree eradication, etc., has now encompassed almost 5 years, and to my eye looks excessive for merely putative placement of a little home and driveway. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Hello.
Welcome, good morning.
My name is Ree Anderson, and I'm talking about the same disposal facility and landfill facility that she is. She described it extremely well. Our environmental health director has described it as an inert debris processing facility, although she has pointed out to the state, and they also noticed, that there's a lot of wood in the fill, in addition to piles of asphalt with serpentine rock containing asbestos on the parcel. It can't be an inert debris processing facility unless it has inert debris. It has some inert debris, but it also has a lot of debris that's not inert. So I don't know why she's pursuing this, but it is odd. I really don't understand any of her processes. She states that the facility on Industrial Way is still that type of facility. The definition I pointed out to you, the County of Tuolumne has plenty of regulations governing disposal and land facilities, but instead she goes right to the state to get it to function as an unpermitted facility. What's wrong with our TCOC? What's wrong with our Tuolumne County ordinance codes? We have plenty that would protect us, but instead we overrode, ignored, and just didn't even permit her or him, the developer. There's no site development permit. There's no site development. Well, there is supposedly a site development plan, but we've never seen it. We are totally amazed and embarrassed and horrified by the idea that anybody in Tuolumne County can have a dump all of a sudden appear in their neighborhood like this. It's a residential neighborhood. There are several homes right on the parcel line. They have to breathe this stuff, look at this stuff, smell this stuff all the time. And in the wintertime, we get to watch the beautiful runoff from the excavation and grading that has taken place from the current environmental health coordinator or director since she has been in office. It has continued on, the filling of the drainage area. So I don't find this acceptable, and I hope that it stops soon. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have additional oral communications to the board? Again, this is for anything that is not on the agenda today. Good morning. I like the suit.
Good morning. Thank you. Somebody needs to dress up a little bit here. I just want to say how sad I am that some of our businesses are closing. The quilt store out at the junction is going to be closing. The bridal shop is closing up their shop at the junction. There are a multitude of businesses downtown that are also closing, and that doesn't say much for the economic health of Tuolumne County. I want to thank the Sheriff's Department, who are finally, after like 3 years, moving into their they have moved into their designated spot out at the junction. So they now have a community service office once again out there. And then, as we all know, these bags are no longer available and everyone is giving you paper bags. So I was really kind of amazed at the discrepancy in the prices. So under the law, you can charge 10 cents for a paper bag if you're a qualifying store. But Ross in our community is charging 20 cents for a bag. Save Mart is charging 15 cents. To the best of my knowledge, Grocery Outlet, Dollar Tree, and TJ Maxx are all charging 10 cents. And TJ Maxx has a really nice bag, not one of those cheap tacky ones like Walmart. And Wilco still has paper bags. They've always had paper bags, and they don't charge at all. Something to think about. Then I think it was on New Year's Day, I was listening to the local news to kind of hear the weather report for the day. And there were 2 full-time news staff or program directors, news staff, whatever, talking on the news radio. And it was really nice to hear them having an exchange of conversation. I thought that was really great. But they chose to be kind of ignorant, and that really surprised me. So they were talking about one of the new laws being adding folic acid to tortillas in California. Well, folic acid is being added to corn tortillas. If you buy flour tortillas, they already come with folic acid. And one male person was saying that he didn't understand why he had to have folic acid added to his food, because the theory is that they were adding the folic acid to the corn tortillas for Latino women to prevent birth defects. And so he didn't understand why he should have to have folic acid added to his food. Well, if anyone knows anything about genetics, you get half from the men and half from the women. And certain birth defects come from either sex. So hemophilia, muscular dystrophy tend to be passed on through the female line, but neural defects like spina bifida come through the male line.
Great.
You buy...
That's 3.
I'm over. Well, there are a lot of products that have
Thank-
folic acid already in our food.
Thanks, Carol. Appreciate it.
Hello,
Good morning.
I'm Jean Dakota.
And feel free to adjust mic too if you want. There.
Do what?
And I said feel free, you can adjust the mic a little bit too.
Okay. Jean Dakota, I live in Sonora Vista, and I'm up here to ask you to please do not take away our fire station at Mona Vista.
And I'm sorry to say, we do have that, and I know it's coming like
Okay.
right up, but that would have to be during the 9 a.m. appointment, which will be starting after this.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Do we have any additional oral communications to the board? Going once, going twice? Okay. It's always somebody that waits to the very last minute there. So, all right, we will close oral communications. And again, thank you everybody for taking time to come and be able to address your Board of Supervisors. Even though it's not on the agenda, it's a really great way to let us know what you're thinking, what you might be facing. We often have staff here, so take the opportunity when we have a full room to say that's a great way to reach out. You can also reach out to us. We have a BOS public email, which goes to all of us. We have cards outside, and we always want to be as helpful as we can. With that, we'll move into staff reports. If any members of our staff have any announcements that they would like to make, so that they please come forward and be able to present. Good morning. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Liz Peterson. I'm here today as the interim director of library and parks and recreation. I just wanted to highlight a couple things that are going on. So we have, for the first time in our library's history, completed inventory of all of our books, DVDs, CDs. It has been a huge effort by all of our staff. Karen Orfritz has been the one really leading that effort, and I just want to thank her and the staff. And we have a plan in place to make sure that we have a regular inventory process going into the future that won't be as cumbersome. But it's a huge ordeal, or a huge undertaking, and I'm really grateful. Also, we're going to be starting some technology classes for anyone who's interested in learning more about how to use their smartphone, maybe how to use a computer to do things like resumes, job applications, things like that. We're partnering with Columbia College, so we're still kind of working out some of the details, but utilizing students at Columbia College who can help teach some technology classes at the library, so stay tuned for that. Also, a huge thank you to the Friends of the Tuolumne County Library who purchased a lot of new furniture for our Sonora Main Branch Library. They have been extremely generous partners, and the furniture, I believe, showed up yesterday, and we're getting the old stuff removed today, thanks to the probation work crews for their efforts on that. And then also a huge thank you to the Sonora Sunrise Rotary. They are purchasing new furniture for our children's area in the Sonora Library. So a lot of new changes. We're moving things around. We're switching offices. We're clearing things out. So just a lot of fun, exciting things happening at the library. And then we have a calendar of events. We actually put this calendar out monthly, so please be aware of that if you're interested. And for the public, I have some copies in the back. This is the events that are happening in January. A particular shout out I want to give to you because it's a special love of mine. We're doing a Lego Day on January 24th, so come show up from 1 to 5 to the Sonora Main Branch. You can bring your Legos. You can play with Legos that we have that have been donated. And just it's a great, we do a lot of those kind of community builder events, and so I'd encourage you to participate. On the recreation side, I just can't say enough about the sheriff's jail inmate crews, the work that they've done at Standard Park to help just with some of the overgrown things that we've had going on in the parking lot and along the fence line, and they continue to provide a lot of support to us there, so I'm really grateful. Also, I shared with your board, but just want to give a huge shout out to the team for our semi-annual first ever grass maintenance plan that we implemented, where we finally were able to utilize the aerator that your board purchased for Standard Park a couple years ago. And we overseeded the whole thing. I don't know if you've driven by it lately, but it looks beautiful. The grass is very green. I challenge you to find a dead spot anywhere where there is no seed. So this will be a regular thing that we do twice a year, where we will aerate, overseed, and fertilize in the spring. So really thankful for our groundskeeping team and our Standard Park staff for leading that effort. And then also finally, we have moved our groundskeepers to Standard Park officially permanently. They had been out of the facilities maintenance building for about 1.5 years, essentially working out of a parking lot. And so now they have a facility, they have a beautiful shop. They've put a ton of effort into getting rid of old stuff that we're not using anymore, moving things out there. Huge thank you again to the probation work crews for all of their work, building a little office for our supervising groundskeeper. Huge thank you to IT also for all of their work, and facilities for getting the heat going and all of that kind of stuff. It's been a huge undertaking, but it's a really great space for our team, and it's going to be really effective for our groundskeeping staff, not only at Standard Park, but just for all of the grounds that they maintain. And then lastly, we have been working on an audit for the irrigation system at Standard Park. We did get that completed a couple weeks ago, and so we'll be working on the next steps, bringing some options to your board, along with Supervisor Kirk, about what the future of Standard Park might look like. But one of the big things is we wanted to know what is salvageable of the irrigation system and what needs to be replaced. So that has been done. So just wanted to share those updates with your board. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Happy New Year.
Good morning, board. How are we doing this morning? Cody Thompson, your Agriculture Commissioner, Sealer Weights and Measures, Air Pollution Control Officer. May I approach the board with the...
Yeah, absolutely.
Wanted to quickly do just a quick little spiel on our crop report this year. That is our 2024 crop report, where we're using the rears on the information because we got to collect it, compile it, and then publish this. In accordance with Section 2279 of the California Food and Agriculture Code, I'm pleased to present the Tuolumne County's 2024 Annual Crop and Livestock Report. This report provides a comprehensive statistical summary of the county's agriculture production for the year. The values contained herein represent gross production values and do not reflect the cost of production or net returns to producers. For 2024, the total gross value of agriculture commodities produced in Tuolumne County is estimated at $43,708,728, representing a 13.92% increase over the 2023 value of $38,366,257. Timber production experienced a notable 27.58% increase attributable to allocation of additional harvesting resources within the county. Excluding timber, the total value of agriculture production was $27,586,467, a 7.22% increase compared to 2023. Irrigated pasture and rangeland values rose about 8.38%, driven by an increase in forage demand associated with higher cattle prices. Conversely, the miscellaneous fruit and vegetable category declined by 14%, primarily due to reduced market prices for wine grapes, resulting in unharvested acreage among several growers. Apiary and nursery products experienced a combined increase of $304,000, supported largely by new development projects incorporating nursery landscaping. Livestock and poultry, the county's leading agriculture industry, reported a total value of $22,708,000, representing a 6.9% increase from the previous year. I extend my sincere appreciation to the agriculture producers, industry organizations, and public agencies whose cooperation made the preparation of the report possible. I also wish to acknowledge and thank the dedicated staff of the Agriculture Commissioner's Office for their work in compiling and producing this report. Additionally, I express my gratitude to Tuolumne County's agriculture community and the University of California Cooperative Extension for their valuable reference material and continued support. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have any additional staff reports? No, going once, going twice. All right, we'll close staff reports and bring it to the board. If any members of the board have a report, looking left, looking right. Okay. With that, we will close board reports and move into the consent calendar. If Nicole, you don't mind reading those. We got a short list today.
Item number 1, adopting resolution 107-25, continuing the local health emergency in Tuolumne County due to the immediate public health threat caused by hazardous waste and debris from the TCU September Lightning Complex fire is required by California Health and Safety Code 101080. Item number 2, consideration of providing a list of priority transportation projects to the Tuolumne County Transportation Council for their strategic planning workshop.
Okay. All right, so with that, we'll open up, see if any members of the board would like to pull any items. Supervisor Kirk, pulling item number 2. Item number 1, looks fine. Okay, with that, do we have any comments on item number 1? Supervisor Holland.
I don't see Dory, but Roger, how's the cleanup going down there so far?
It's actually going very well. If you haven't had a chance to go out there, you should, just to see the sites that have been cleaned up. I don't have the exact number of sites that are completed as of today, but I believe this week we'll get our first full clearance of the first property. So it's going very well. You should visit the site. You can see some of the properties on Main Street that have been cleaned that look amazing.
I heard we've cleaned about half of them so far. Maybe not signed off yet, but they've been cleaned up.
That's probably right. There's a dashboard that you can get to through the OES website that will give you the exact numbers of daily stats of everything that's there.
Good.
Great. Okay, not seeing any other comments on that, we'll open up public comment. Again, this is on our consent calendar, which right now is only item 1 of what was listed. We'll have item 2 pulled, and I think after our 9 a.m. appointment. So any public comment on item number 1? Going once, going twice. All right, not seeing any. We'll close public comment on item 1. Look for a motion to approve from the board.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
We have a first by Supervisor Griefer, second by Supervisor Holland first. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, abstaining. All right, passes unanimously for item 1. Again, we do have a 9 a.m. appointment I'd like to get to, so we're going to move and consider item 2 after our 9 a.m. Concludes, just in the interest of time and folks in attendance. So with that, can our clerk read our 9 a.m. appointment?
9 a.m. presentation by the Tuolumne County Fire Ad Hoc Committee, discussion and direction to staff for fiscal year 2026-2027 fire services funding.
Wonderful. And I appreciate, Chiefs, thank you for being here. We formed an ad hoc committee pretty recently to meet and bring back, I think, some discussion options related to fire services, revenue, costs, and that. So I'm very eagerly looking forward to, I think, with my colleagues, hearing some of those discussions and what ideas may be out there. So please take it away. Or Roger.
Yeah, I'll kick it off.
Other chief.
You want to go?
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right, good morning, Chair Board.
Morning.
Nathan Gorham, Assistant Chief, Tuolumne County Fire Department. To my right sits Nick Cashy, Fire Chief, Tuolumne County Fire Department, Groveland Community Services District Fire Department, and the Unit Chief for the CAL FIRE Tuolumne Calaveras Unit. For today's presentation, we'll be covering CAO Roger Root will provide a discussion regarding the Tuolumne County Fire Department Ad Hoc Committee, the Tuolumne County Fire Department funding and budget, and the Tuolumne County Fire Department overview, history, and impacts to services. With that, I would like to turn it over to our CAO, Roger Root.
I'll be really brief. We had our first ad hoc committee meeting on the 22nd of December. One of the topics that came up during that meeting was addressing some conversations happened at previous board members, especially the budget trends and projections meeting presentation that we just recently had, where we project the county budget having a $1.8 million shortfall. And another part of that discussion was the fact that we haven't received confirmation that we're going to get the SAFER grant. The board had made some previous comments and presentations regarding if that grant funding goes away, what are we going to do with the services we've increased? The fire staff presented some excellent operational information regarding the impacts in the different operational areas throughout the entire county. And after much discussion, we decided that we should share those operational impacts and that detailed information with the board. It was a great presentation and some great information that I wasn't aware of, and really appreciate the fire chiefs are putting it together and sharing that information. So today we really wanted to come back. As you'll see in the presentation, the increase from general fund next year will be 2.4 million additional funding that needs to come from general fund. So the fire team as a whole is looking at a lot of different options how we can address that. But for long term, we need to come up with a plan. And because of some operational timelines, if we want to make any changes, we need to make those decisions fairly quickly in order to meet some timelines that CAL FIRE would have to address. So if we are going to make any recommendations in that area, we need to come to the board sooner than later with that direction. So today, we're hoping that you can hear from the fire personnel and get the detailed information, and then provide county staff with some direction if you want to make any changes in the fire operations for fiscal year 26-27. So with that, I'll pass it off to CAL FIRE.
All right, good morning, board. Nick Cashy, I'm your fire chief, Tuolumne County Fire Department Unit Chief for Tuolumne Calaveras Unit and CAL FIRE. To add on to what CAO Root was discussing in regards to timelines and some other aspects that kind of got us to this point, with the board's position going into this new fiscal year of fund balance going back into the general fund, and in addition to that, being removed from the budget as in years past, that's what kind of made the budget whole, or has allowed us to bring that forward into the next year. And when that money was then put back in a general fund, which is your board policy, it then raised concerns with CAL FIRE that where is the $5.6 million going to come from that would be the net county cost to keep your fire department. And we have concerns of the intent for that money to be used to maintain your current staffing levels, which is accelerated by the fact that you have a contractual agreement with us that has timelines specific to any changes. Specifically today, before we start the presentation, I just want to be really clear. If you choose to change any staffing levels with your agreement, I have to know today. Not next week, not the week after. It has to be made today in order to meet our contractual timelines, which in good faith on our part, we're shortening by 6 months in order to accommodate for next fiscal year. So I just want to set the tone of going into this, that today is a decision day, and our job is to provide information to you to help you make that decision on what you want to do. And that is Chief Gorman and I's stance. In regards to advocacy for the fire department, we understand the county's fiscal status with all departments, but you will never hear us advocate on where you should get the money to give to the fire department, because we don't think that it promotes good cohesion amongst county departments. That's for you folks to decide. But what we hope we can do through this presentation, as we're going to talk about costs at the beginning, is perhaps get more into what the value is of your fire department, so that you can help make that decision on whether you're going to fund it or whether we're looking at cuts going forward. So specifically at our last meeting on the 16th, when we had the fiscal trends and projections presentation, you can see that the general fund transferred to fire, being that Safer Grant is going away after March of this year, which means you'll have a full year in 26-27 if you maintain your staffing levels that you'd have to fund without the Safer Grant support. That increases by $2.492 million to maintain your 5 engines. That goes from a fiscal year 25-26 contribution of about 3.13 or 4.7% of the general fund towards county fire budget, and it takes it to the 5.685 or roughly 7.9% of the general fund towards the county fire budget. So, in going forward, as far as the funding for certain resources, and we'll tie into the history of the fire department again to give you that overview of the impacts as we get further in the presentation. But the LATCF funding that came on board is what brought online the Columbia Engine 791 that's currently housed at the college. Again, that is a demonstration of the community working together through the college, through the Columbia residents, as well as the Columbia Fire Protection District that came on board with County Fire to provide a resource to an area that didn't have a full-time paid staffing. And that decision was made by the board in 23-24. And prior to that, County Fire only had 2 paid engines. So you saw an increase of 1, but it was used with LATCF funds, which are one-time funding mechanisms. Then with the award of the Safer Grant, which was roughly about an $8.9 million award, you were able to bring on 2 more fire engines paid that came in with a 3-year funding mechanism, and that's what brought on engines 561 in Mona Vista and engine 631 in Groveland. Specifically for Groveland, the county did not have a fire engine in the Groveland area that was responding to the county calls, with the county being the agency having jurisdiction. It was largely provided by automatic aid through Groveland Community Services District or through CAL FIRE. The placement of that engine there provided what I would believe is the appropriate response for the county's responsibility in an area of the county that is remote as it's compared to other places. So your density of fire engines, essentially, the county had no presence in that area prior to that engine coming on. And as you know, with TOT, as well as development on the 120 corridor into Yosemite and the influx of residents and, not residents, but tourists in the summertime or in the peak tourist times of season, that engine is pivotal for ensuring that the county's providing a response. For engine 561 at Mona Vista, when they came on board, the infrastructure at the Mona Vista station would not support 24-hour presence due to the fact that the living conditions weren't appropriate for 24 hours with our folks. So that engine goes from Mona Village, being a 2-engine station at night, and they travel to Mona Vista and staff it for the hard time hours of the day to provide a response in that area as well. So the engine's always staffed 24/7. It is also staffed, like I said, at nighttime out of the Mona Village station, providing that depth of coverage, and largely attributes to the automatic aid agreement with the boundary drop with Tuolumne Rancheria Fire Department, as well as Twain Harte Community Services District that support the county in reciprocity for calls in the area of that part of the county. With that, should be noted that 561 of the additional engines that came online does have a call volume that's pretty high. So they are servicing a good area as well as the amount of call volume to justify it. And we'll get into that a little later. So your current agreement, you'll see if you go to the fourth column over from the left for total agreement staffing, that is what your current cooperative agreement pays for, with about 50.5 positions and a not to exceed cost. For transparency to the public, CAL FIRE, when we enter into a cooperative agreement, we specifically project the costs at the highest level it could cost based on whether it be longevity pay or rank appropriate, et cetera, so that the county has an actual understanding of the most amount of money it may cost. Now, actuals come in slightly lower, not slightly, but significantly lower, about 75% of the not to exceed cost. And those are budget numbers that we brought in December for the projections for the 3-year. And so I want to make some note of that specifically, is that is not to exceed, but that is not the actuals. As you go down, you can see the safer grant positions under the 48203 coding in the third row over of the 5 fire captains, 6 engineers, and 8 firefighter 2s for 19 positions.
Hello again. To give some context to the headers at the top, the 48200 is a program cost account that's assigned by the state and how we track the funding sources. So your 48200 consists of Station 51 Mono Village, Station 76 at Jamestown, and Station 79 at Columbia. And it equates to 25.5 positions in that category. 48201 correlates with your Amador staffing plan at the CAL FIRE Blanchard and CAL FIRE Twain Harte stations. SAFER has already been covered.
So in order to meet the proposed reduced dollar amount of the general fund contribution of approximately $2.4 million, it would require cutting one Tuolumne County Fire Department engine company a total of 6 full-time employee positions. So if we go back to the budget projection slide, with the full cost of SAFER being borne to the county, should you choose to maintain your 5 engines of coverage, that would be $5.6 million that the county would have to come up with, which I would assume would be from general fund. The increase of the 2.4, should the county choose that it's too much and that you can't pay that or don't want to, then that cut would equal 6 positions. So I just want to make sure we're clear here. If we go back to the ad hoc committee, the decisions of funding or cutting were what we were provided to provide information and the impacts with that. So I just want to make sure people understand the dollar amount associated with positions and where that's coming from. So with that, call volume and emergency response will be shifted to other resources should one be removed. And when we get into the slides later, we're going to go over each station specifically, as you've seen in other presentations, with statistical data of the responses to emergencies in which they go to. But it's important to understand that the resource leaves, the calls don't, they have to go somewhere else. So that's either going to be to other county fire department engines, or it's going to be to members of the automatic aid agreement that would be impacted because of closest resource and having to respond to that area. So this will have effects to response times. It'll have effects to the depth of coverage that you have and the ability to provide resources to emergency incidents, and we have some good examples of that towards the end of the presentation. And then communicating, and I wanted to do this to ensure that it's very clear, as we're stewarding your fire department since 1977, so I think we're going into our 49th year now of being your fire department, which we're very proud of. We also understand that as the needs have changed for the community, the safety of our firefighters is paramount. So I want to be very direct that we understand the needs to work within a budget, and should the board choose to cut a fire engine, we understand. But any further reductions in staffing past 4 fire engines for your county fire department, CAL FIRE is not going to be able to maintain that professional relationship due to firefighter safety. You will reduce the resources to put firefighter safety at risk due to extended response times for second-in companies to structure fires, et cetera. And it's not something that we in good faith could provide, knowing that our employees will be vulnerable to with the removal of any more engines. So please understand, if we cut 1 engine today, that's as far as we can go and still be in your fire department.
So this slide will represent a proposed fiscal year 26-27 amendment. As noted, there's a reduction or elimination of the 48203 Safer Grant program cost account. So this proposal would include a reduction of 1 fire captain, 3 fire apparatus engineers, and a reduction of 2 firefighter 2s, reducing the cooperative agreement staffing from 50.5 positions to 44.5 positions, and reducing the cooperative agreement not to exceed cost from approximately $12,415,665 to $10,326,392, creating a projected cost savings of approximately $2.1 million.
Okay, so we've gone over the cost of the fire department and what that cost equate to in personnel. And now we're going to go into the fire department overview, history, impacts, and hopefully this is where your board can take cost and value and put them together in regards to your decision-making process. So again, it was created by board action, the fire department in 1977, and with that was the cooperative agreement with CAL FIRE. You serve, or your fire department serves, a jurisdictional authority area of approximately 1,620 square miles, and we support responses in all 2,274 square miles of Tuolumne County. We protect over 55,000 residents and many more visitors through fire prevention, education, enforcement, and emergency response. This is outside of the fire protection districts, community services districts, fire departments, the city of Sonora, and tribal lands, who are all fantastic cooperators through the automatic aid agreement. So a timeline of your fire station specifically. The very first fire station in Tuolumne County was Mono Village. It's 1977. Jamestown came online through a cooperative agreement in 2004. However, that engine was not staffed till I believe 2008, which was a 6-month engine staffing under Schedule A that then rolled into a permanent, I believe, in 2009 or 10, and then has been there ever since. You see Columbia came on with the LATCF or ARPA funding in 2022, and then in addition, you can see the increase in 2023 with the Mona Vista Station and the Groveland Station under SAFER. So Tuolumne County Fire Department, full-time paid staff stations, you can see on the map, and I want to give this, this visual to everyone here. Your highest concentration of fire engines for agency having jurisdiction, so Tuolumne County Fire Department, is in the 108 corridor area, as you can see with Station 51, 76, 56, and then 79. And then you can see what's referred to on the map as Station 63, which is the Groveland Community Services District Station where the Tuolumne County engine is housed. And you can see the geographic difference from those stations to that one. So it's not to say that there aren't other fire engines in the area, but even comparatively speaking with the CAL FIRE presence and GCSD presence in Groveland compared to the 108 corridor or the core of the county from Sonora up into Strawberry, you have more fire engines along the 108 corridor than you do in any other part of the county. So Tuolumne County Fire Department statistics, we're going to go into percentage of calls on the graph to the right. So you'll see red is Station 51 that runs the most. You'll see in orange you have Station 56, and then you have along the blue there you have Station 79. In the green you have Station 76, which is Jamestown, and then in the yellow you have Station 63 or Groveland. Go ahead and continue. So specifically, I'm not going to go through the information. You've seen this in previous presentations, but I want to relate the call volume to your response standard, which is going to come up next. So for Mono Village Station, they run about 2,895 calls in 2024. I know we're in 26. However, with 6 days into the new year, we didn't have time to extrapolate and validate 2025 data in time for this presentation. So we're going to do with what we know is validated for the information given. So with that, of the county's response standard, the station there at Mono Village is meeting a 12-minute or less response time 93% of the time. So Mono Vista is SAFER grant funded for 2024, about 1,188 calls, and they are meeting that response standard 94% of the time. For Groveland, 291 calls, and they are meeting that standard 90% of the time. And for Jamestown, Station 76, they're running about 2,106 calls, and they're meeting your response standard 95% of the time. In Station 79, Columbia, 94% of these calls had a 12-minute or less response time. So in addition, as you're looking at your decisions for resources, whether to fund or if one's going to be removed, we go to the community risk assessment and standards of coverage document as a key component to understanding what the impacts would be should a resource go away, and is that in line with the direction the board's given as the response standard. So again, as a reminder, the standards of coverage document assess fire service capabilities in the county. It consisted of quantitative data analysis, GIS, fire EMS program, and fire station location analysis, community risk assessment, standards of coverage with findings and recommendations, and determined a realistic level of service standard was a 12-minute response time 90% of the time. Board motioned to adopt the recommendation of the report and adopt Resolution 13-24 adopting emergency response travel times standards for fire service and direct staff to work towards consolidating fire services. And this was approved at 4-0 and 1 vote. So you'll see another visual to those response times for each station, and this will be the average. You can see the extended time with Station 63 being more remote, and then you can see the other times there are all exceeding for the most part on the average. So with that, again, if a resource is removed from the system, those calls have to go somewhere. And those calls, if there's not a county engine that is closest resource, they could be deferred to other fire departments or special districts that respond via automatic aid that are closest resource. And again, a reminder, the Tuolumne County Auto Aid Agreement encompasses all fire departments within the county, and the participation is voluntary, and the agreement is in the spirit of providing the closest emergency response resource regardless of agency having jurisdiction. And some agencies have restrictions on response areas to ensure their area of jurisdiction is not drawn down below a reasonable limit. So with the automatic aid, it's important to remember that this is designed to support closest resource concept regardless of fire department patch, but it is not designed to have another fire department supplant your responsibilities through the removal of resources. So this would be, what does that mean? It means that if an engine is taken out of the system and there's going to be impacts to my partners, some of which you'll see in the back, I have to go and have conversations and make sure they understand that this means their engine potentially or their resource could be drawn out of their district from their tax base, the people that pay for that specifically, to then be drawn into the county, and are they willing to still do it? Or do they have to put restrictions on that response in order to ensure that their constituents' needs are met as well? So that is an impact of this, not just to other county fire stations, but potentially other fire departments. You see here on the automatic aid, fire service providers for statistics. In orange, you have the assistance that is provided from the local government entity to Tuolumne County Fire Department, and then you have the blue as the aid received. So you can see just geographically, as the county has more area, but not necessarily a station in every area, we already have a significant support that is reciprocal, maybe not like for like, but in depth of coverage with our local government cooperators. So I'm going to go to Nathan here to go over some of the scenario-based impacts of an engine not being in the system to try to give context to what that is specifically in response in regards to emergency response.
So at the direction of the ad hoc committee, we were asked to present the impacts of a reduced resource response. All scenarios are hypothetical and are built upon quantitative data and comprehensive GIS through the CAL FIRE San Andreas ECC computer-aided dispatch program and utilizing the agreed upon Tuolumne County response plans. So the agency having jurisdiction is TLU or TCFD for the previous and subsequent scenarios. So TLU is a multi-agency coordination system, max ID assigned by the Cal OES Fire and Rescue Branch. All fire departments have a designator such as that. For this scenario, the call type is a 65-year-old male, potential cardiac emergency in the Soulsbyville area. If upgraded to CPR, this call type would then require 2 engines. Engine 561 Mono Vista would be first at scene in 1 minute and 6 seconds approximately. I'll refer you down to the graph in the lower left corner for the response times for increased times. Engine 511, if that was to be upgraded or engine 561 did not exist, the engine 511 Mono Village would be the next suggested resource from the computer-aided dispatch, providing that engine is available as they are already the busiest fire company in the county. They would then have an approximate estimated time en route of 5 minutes and 3 seconds, an increase of 3 minutes and 57 seconds for a cardiac emergency. Providing engine 511 was not available, we would then be relying upon Twain Harte Fire Department's engine 721, who would have a 5 minute and 28 second estimated time en route, an increase of 4 minutes and 25 seconds. I'd like to note that the Twain Harte Fire Department is an excellent cooperator, and as Chief Cashy had already mentioned, auto aid is a reciprocal agreement. As you can see in the automatic aid graph at the bottom, in 2024, the Twain Harte Fire Department received auto aid from the county 13 times. However, they gave it 253 times. If there is an engine company reduction, there will be a correlating reduction in the depth of coverage. Call volume and emergency response will be shifted to other resources should one be removed. For the next scenario, the agency having jurisdiction is the Twain Harte Fire Department, and the call type is a residential structure fire. Engine 561 would normally be third at scene with an estimated time en route of 4 minutes, 25 seconds. In a 4-engine response plan, which we have for a residential structure fire, your first 4 engines are very important. The first providing immediate life safety and initial command and control, effecting rescue, assuming incident command, securing utilities, or putting out the fire in the incipient stage. Your second engine is designed to support and reinforce additional water lines, water supply, etc. Your third engine, sorry about that. Your third engine is designed for expansion control, confinement to the room, the floor, or the building of origin. Your fourth is there to provide depth and sustainability, long duration, fatigue, heavy fuel loading, etc. An early, well-coordinated arrival saves lives, protects property, and greatly reduces damage to property. If 561 were to be cut, response plan would still require 4 engines. Next, pulling engine 511, if available, or engine 811, and the depth of coverage would be reduced. In the graph, WUC is a designator for the Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District. In 2024, Miwok received auto aid from Tuolumne County 18 times, however, they gave it 278 times. TMI references the Tuolumne Rancheria Fire Department. They received auto aid from Tuolumne County 5 times, however, they gave it 154 times. For the next scenario, we have Tuolumne County as the agency having jurisdiction, and the call type is a vegetation fire in the Draper Mine area. Engine 561 would be first at scene in 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Engine 511, should 561 not exist, would be second at scene, 4 minutes and 52 seconds. We will then become reliant again upon engine 731, a valued cooperator from the Tuolumne Fire Protection District, who would then get there 4 minutes later at 7 minutes and 34 seconds should 561 not exist. How fast a fire grows is dependent on fuel, weather, and topography, but a timely, well-coordinated response and depth of coverage will produce better outcomes more often than not. Tuolumne City received auto aid on behalf of Tuolumne County Fire Department 38 times, yet provided it 130 times. For this reduced resource response scenario, the agency having jurisdiction is also Tuolumne County. Call type is a 78-year-old female with difficulty breathing in the Campbell's Flat area. For this scenario, 761 and 511 are both committed to other calls and would have response times of 5 minutes and 50 seconds and 8 minutes and 19 seconds respectively. Based on computer-aided dispatching, engine 561 would now be the suggested resource and be the closest with an ETE of 12 minutes and 19 seconds, which is already outside the adopted standards of cover, which determine a realistic level of service was a 12-minute response time, 90% of the time. Engine 561 would be approximately 4 minutes and 22 seconds closer than the CAL FIRE Twain Harte Station or engine 791 Columbia, who would have a 16-minute and 41-second response time to that. Of note is that the Sonora City Fire Department does not agree to respond to this area. In reference to the automatic aid agreement, some agencies have restrictions on response areas, while others do not. Agency having jurisdiction in this is also Tuolumne County, and the call type is an 83-year-old female fall with a head injury in the Phoenix Lake area. With engine 511 already committed, the ETE for them would have been 5 minutes 42 seconds. Engine 561 would now be the next closest resource with a 10-minute and 21-second ETE, 4 minutes and 39 seconds longer. Should engine 561 be eliminated, the next closest resource would then be your Jamestown Station 76, engine 761, with an 11-minute and 8-second ETE. For this scenario, Tuolumne is also the agency having jurisdiction. Call type is a medical, 92-year-old male, unresponsive in the Cedar Ridge area. Based on the call type, early CPR and early defibrillation saves lives, and a prompt response establishes continuity until advanced care arrives. Engine 561 would already have a response time of 14 minutes and 4 seconds outside the adopted standards of cover. If engine 561 were to be cut, response times would be increased from CAL FIRE Twain Harte and the Twain Harte Fire Department engine 721, with 1 minute 12 and 1 minute 18 second response time increases respectively. This is providing that the Twain Harte Fire Department continues to have no restrictions on their agreed upon response areas. For this scenario, as the final scenario, the agency having jurisdiction is Tuolumne County Fire Department, and the call type is a residential structure fire in the Crystal Falls area. Engine 561 would be first at scene in 4 minutes and 44 seconds. If it were to not exist, the next resource, engine 721, would arrive in 8 minutes and 51 seconds, nearly double the time. Of reference in the bottom, again, is showing the automatic aid that our partner agencies provide to the Tuolumne County Fire Department. So concluding the reduced resource response scenarios, I'll now provide a synopsis of a real emergency our responders and community members faced. The Hess incident's timeline and fire department actions are based on realistic timestamp data from the time of call until the incident was closed. Safer staffing was implemented on Monday, March 6, 2023. The following day, in the evening hours at approximately 10:32 p.m., Tuesday, March 7th, local fire resources were dispatched to a 2-story residential structure fire on Hess Avenue with a report of 2 mobility-limited occupants interior at the time of dispatch. I aim to show you how quickly these incidents can escalate from the time of dispatch to having 2 engines on scene from Tuolumne County Fire Department, and effecting a rescue was approximately 4 minutes because of safer grant funding and the investments by the Board of Supervisors. Within the first 5 minutes, additional equipment was being ordered based on the conditions encountered. Within 7 minutes, ALS ambulances were being ordered to provide the care. Within 20 minutes approximately, additional water tenders and 7 victims were outside that residence receiving care from our responders and our partner agencies. Approximately 2 hours into the incident, we had 9 displaced individuals being taken care of by Red Cross at the Tuolumne CRC. This incident highlights a well-staffed and coordinated response saves lives and protects property. So the Hess incident took 3 hours and 25 minutes just to bring the fire under control. The total mop-up efforts lasted a total of 16 hours before the last resource cleared that scene. It required 7 cooperating fire agencies and 3 partner agencies, including Tuolumne County Ambulance, the Red Cross, and the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office. Incidents like the Hess require a significant resource commitment and highlight the success of our county-wide auto aid agreement, but also shows that a single incident can greatly affect our available resources, and any cuts will have effects to response times, depth of coverage, and ability to provide resources to emergency incidents.
So to close, prior to going to questions, in Nathan's examples, you'll see that the call types were not just fires. As our engine companies are all risk, we also run a significant amount, and most of the calls that they go to are medical aids. With that being said, you can see in those examples that the response times would increase, and it would require other resources to provide and fill that gap specific to those examples. As you consider the decision whether to fund or cut, we hope that we are able to meet the intent of showing some value to the resources, and I do believe the value is different than the cost. But I understand the cost can dictate whether that resource is there or not. Your board has been extremely supportive of the fire department in the time that I've been your fire chief, and we understand that. We understand these are hard decisions that we have to make, or that you have to make. And the outcome is not going to be unseen should an engine go away. I think that's really important. In my time here as your fire chief, I've gone before you asking for resources, trying to explain what the additional resources would do. This time, we have examples of what the impacts will be should a resource go away. And so it's not something that you're trying to advocate for with a promise, but what you're showing is data-driven examples of what the impacts are going to be to the community and the constituents should what we believe is already your minimum staffing to meet your standards of coverage document, should that be reduced further than what it's at now. So with that, if there's any questions.
Chief, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Just as a matter of meeting order, we do have some spaces over here. I know we have a lot of folks sitting in the back. If you got a space next to you and you mind kind of moving towards the aisle, that way we can make some space, would be fantastic. With that, Roger, did you have anything to add to the presentation?
No, I have nothing else to add. It was a great presentation.
Okay. I imagine we have a number of members of the audience who are here for this particular item right now, and a few maybe for later. I just wanted to do real quick to see a show of hands. I know this is 9 a.m. appointment. It's already 10:13. This may be an extended discussion, I think, on the board, which is healthy, which is good, but you'll be having to wait for that. I wanted to see if you would prefer maybe a quick raise of hands to do comments now or to do comments after we've had some discussion, if you don't mind this participation exercise. So can you raise your hand if you're planning to comment on this? Would you prefer to do comments now? All right. And if you would prefer to do comments after discussion? Okay, I'm seeing more for comments now, if that's fine with the board. I think that would be a good way to do it, is open up public comment, hear that, and then bring it back.
Just one thing, I mean,
yes.
If we have questions on the board, perhaps that will help inform some of the comments. That's the only thing. So that's usually why we break it up into questions from the board, comments from the public, and then we can kind of make more broad statements at that time.
Yeah, I would be fine with that. I want us.
I had a couple of questions. I'll be brief. I don't know about my colleagues, what other questions they have, but I can just say for myself, I'll be brief with my comment.
I think that's really good input. I would like to make the request that we're really strict to just comments or questions only during this. Then we'll do public comment and then bring it out for board discussion. That's fine with everybody? Okay, wonderful. We'll open it up for any questions. Supervisor Campbell?
Since I'm the one that brought it up, I'll start it off. Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, so I served on the ad hoc committee with the chiefs, with Roger, and then with my colleague Supervisor Holland. I thought it was a really productive meeting, and but we basically came to the conclusion that it's going to need to come back to the board for a full discussion because there's just too much in there for us as an ad hoc to really make a very clear recommendation about what to do. I mean, is that a fair? So, but some of the questions I had based on what you brought up there, Chief Cashy and Chief Gorham, is so, where do I want to start? So when we're talking about the auto aid agreement, it seems like it's a lot more take than give, right? So we're receiving auto aid more often with these stations than providing it already, correct?
Yeah, but there's some elements to that should be noted. So literally, you are correct. They are providing us aid more so than we are providing them in a like-for-like response. However, Tuolumne County Fire Department is the largest fire department next to CAL FIRE in Tuolumne County and has that depth of resources so that when there is a structure fire in a smaller district that only has one engine, they could be getting several engines from us or covering that district, so they're committed. In addition to that, as a reminder, Tuolumne County, through the cooperative agreement, pays for all the dispatching for all of those entities in a way to help try to offset, should it not be exactly like for like. Auto aid can't be, you can never predict that if you come, and help us 10 times, I'm going to give you 10 in return. It all depends on the 911 calls and emergencies. But in the literal form, we are in receipt more than we are giving by those numbers.
Okay. And so with auto aid, are those districts, when they're providing those fire services, are they getting reimbursed for that? Or is it just a mutual agreement? Okay.
No.
So if there was going to be an increase in the county, depending on, GCSD, Twain Hart, Tuolumne filling that gap, there's no reimbursement for that. It's just it's held on by the taxpayers in those special districts.
Correct. You're party to an agreement knowing that you're going to assist with your agency, knowing that at some point you're going to need help as well.
Okay.
But is that help going to be one engine or 10?
Okay. And then so from the presentation, it looks like there's a $1.8 million gap in total. Is that in total, like what, is that all with fire or is that spread across the entire budget?
That was in general fund, the projection for general fund.
Okay.
But that included fully funding fire.
Okay. So I guess I'm not clear. Is that, what portion of that is for fire? Is it the majority of it, or you're just saying that it's just a general fund?
General fund as a whole.
Okay.
We are projecting a $2.4 million increase in general fund contribution to fire.
Okay.
This next year.
So how much is in the fund balance account?
Just one moment.
Hi, good morning, board. We have about $3.9 million in contingencies right now, if that's what you're referring to.
Okay. So we have 3.9 in contingencies. Part of that came from, and I called it fund balance because part of that came from the fund balance that was in the fire fund that was pulled out, right?
Yeah, so the entirety of what's in contingencies came from fund balance.
Okay. So there is enough in contingencies to cover the shortfall without making any cuts to departments, without making any changes right now. So we could keep status quo fire services by using contingencies without making reductions anywhere else.
Probably, I'm sorry, there are just a couple things, like the increases to the cafeteria contribution that your board has approved for all of the unions. We may need some of that to offset, just because of vacancies and other things. And then, of course, the debris management thing, we're still waiting to hear from the state about whether or not we're going to be on the hook for 25% of the cost or the 10% that we've requested. So there's a little bit there, but I mean, probably mostly yes.
I'm just trying to understand are we really far away from having this balance out, or are we, it seems like if we're pretty close. You know, there have been years where we've been out, you know, $5
That
million
is true.
or
If your board
more.
wanted to use contingencies to fund fire next year, probably between these other factors that we just don't quite know yet and what we are anticipating needing to contribute to fully fund all 5 stations next year, there's probably enough in general fund contingencies to do.
Okay, all right, well, I had other questions, but I want to be brief, so I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Holland, who is also on the ad hoc committee.
Thanks. All right, Liz, a couple more questions. How much could the cleanup cost us approximately if the state tells us we're paying the 25%?
Oh, about $1 million.
About $1
$4 million is what we're estimating, I think, yeah. So about $1 million is what we would be on the hook for.
Okay, so
We set aside about 400,000, so we'd need another 600,000, yeah.
Okay, and then our increase in cafeteria cost us, or will cost us
Well,
next year?
yeah, next year, yeah, about $1 million, about 1.2.
0.2.
And that was included in those projections that we presented to you all when that got us to about $1.8 million. That increase was included, was a part of that.
Okay. Plus, we've also been talking about, I believe, about moving departments out of rented space.
That's correct.
So we need money to get that done, so we can get departments moved in. So in the long-term savings, we actually will have more money than it will cost us, but that also has to come out of there.
That's correct.
And
We have a
last-
few 100,000 in capital right now, but
Last-
not, yeah.
Last I heard, Roger was saying that could be somewhere between, because of some reasons, between 700 to $1 million, depending on, to get everybody moved everywhere that needs to go. The savings will outweigh that, but that's what we could be spending possibly, depending on which direction this goes in.
Yeah, well, the cost for some moves, can be done for 300,000 to 400,000, but that does not take into any improvements to, the historic courthouse next door, which needs, HVAC work. And if you haven't been in the building in a while, because it's been vacant for so long, you know, there's, ceiling paint and tile that's coming off, and it needs additional work to be able to move staff into there.
So it'd be fair to say we could be at towards $1 million all in everywhere.
We're
Get this
anticipating
done.
more than $1 million, yeah.
Okay, so we're at 3.2 million of the 3.9 million. So Mike's ghetto math, that puts us down to $700,000 left over in that fund. Is it not our board policy that we are not spending contingencies on ongoing operations anymore?
That is the policy your board has set, yeah.
Okay, so we'd have to change our board policy or break our board policy to do this. It's not that I'm anti-fire. I had lots of conversations with Nick and Nathan constantly about this. I think if you go back and you reference some memos and stuff, you look back at Tracy Riggs wrote a member on August 6th of 2024 that outlines all of this. Let me just read you.
Supervisor, if you don't mind, questions?
Okay, we can wait on this. I'll read this.
And then we'll have the full.
One more
discussion.
question. Yeah. On the different scenarios, that's depending if it's a daytime response or a nighttime response, right? Because if it's nighttime response, that fire truck is not located at that fire station.
That is correct.
Okay, so that would then nullivate a bunch of that. It'd be
Well-
down, it'd be down at the other fire station, I guess.
It would be,
Yeah.
yeah.
Equal to the other, okay. And 3 years ago, approximately, how many fire stations did we have? Prior to Safer Grant?
Prior
I
to
guess.
Safer and prior to the LATCF, you had 2.
right.
And they ran their wheels off going to emergency incidents throughout the county.
I agree with you.
I think we probably could have and should have brought some increase in call volume since then, and what we're looking at now comparatively to show the difference in the needs. But what we didn't have then that we do have now, and this is really good, and I appreciate you bringing it up, is the agreement and responsibility and commitment we made to Columbia to provide fire protection there with their board that essentially came underneath the county in an agreement with the expectation that we would be there as well. So that increased our jurisdictional responsibilities that weren't there when we only had 2 engines.
And all these grants, the ARPA, Safer Grant, all this is one-time funding, correct?
The ARPA or the LATCF is one-time funding. Safer, I mean, it's 3 years of one-time funding essentially, yeah. So if we look at Safer, ideally would have been upon award 3 years to figure out a funding mechanism to maintain the staffing and going forward. And then with the changes in your board policy that you're not going to use contingencies or fund balance for ongoing operations, essentially being your fire chief for as long as I have, that's how the fire department was kept intact, was by using that exact methodology of funding because it was short. So with that new policy, I think it's a given that we would be at this situation that we're in today and why we're here with the ad hoc committee.
So what we're looking at is, with the one-time funding, we were able to move the fire to 5 fire trucks. We gotta live within our means. We'll be at 4, but that's essentially doubling from where we were on an ongoing, continuous basis, not counting on one-time funding to do it. We're actually gonna sustain that by the math and make it work.
If that's a decision your
Until
board
we can-
makes, yeah, those
if we
are
make that
accurate.
decision.
Those are accurate statements.
Correct. Until we can find some other source or find one way of continue to increase funding, which I know we've had some conversations, me and Mario have about some other ideas that we can get to later, but try to generate money. So, thanks.
Great. Supervisor Griefer.
Thank you. So I'm going to go through the slides backwards if you're ready. So slide number 24, please. So in this slide, I wrote down, so when we have this type of call come out, because I think a lot of people don't realize what gets rolled when a call comes in. So with a medical emergency, in this case, a 65-year-old male with chest pains, the fire, when that call comes in, a rig is rolled and an ambulance? Or does the rig go on site and then an ambulance get called additionally?
All right, they're sent together concurrently
Okay, so it's possible that the
and
ambulance,
dispatched separately.
so it's possible that the ambulance could arrive on scene and then cancel the unit? Or is that not, I'm just trying to understand how it works.
That is possible.
Okay. So in theory, the call could come in and then the ambulance arrives on scene and then it says, hey, we don't really need you. They're going to self-transport or do something like that. And then that unit goes back into service, correct?
Correct.
It could, okay. All right, thank you. So 23 and 22. So this is, I wanted to talk about this because this works both ways, right? And what I mean by that is when there's an event going on, specifically say in Groveland, like last year we had a very strong wind event and then we had a number of fires. I know I was listening to the scanner, you guys were calling for everybody. It goes both ways. You contact GCSD, GCSD commits as long as they can. Then if somebody else comes in, like Jamestown, right? Is that all part of the, when you have an automatic aid, is the Jamestown station or personnel that responds to a Groveland event, are they included in this?
So this would be resources specifically responding for automatic aid. It wouldn't cover necessarily your resources that are like covering behind other committed resources, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So this would be essentially the number of times we went and helped Groveland or the number of times they went and helped us specifically.
When you say Groveland, you mean GCSD?
I'm sorry, GCSD
Okay.
versus the county. One other
I know
aspect.
you wear two hats on that one.
No,
so
and I
wanna-
appreciate your ability to try to help us take some of our terminology and make it a little more understandable to folks that aren't in the business. A good example of the depth of response would be the Vico incident in Sonora Cities a couple years ago. That was Sonora City's agency with jurisdiction for a structure fire, but we essentially had a 9-to-1 ratio of county CAL FIRE engines for the city. So I think in rural California, the summary is whether it's like for like, you can't do it on your own. Doesn't matter who you are.
Right.
You got to have an agreement like this. And those are these are the numbers for 2024. I'm sure they could probably vary once we get the 2025 data verified. But again, these are things where depth of coverage, cover behind, dispatching helps to offset, but it was more a visual representation for this presentation in that they're already assisting and that could be impacted should a resource go away.
Okay. Number 16, please. 16, 16, please. So I marked this, but it says 200 and my understanding is 291 calls, and that was to assist all calls within the area. So everything that within that geographical area, whether it was inside GCSD or
Those are just county calls.
just county calls. And
Yeah.
how many did we assist with? And maybe I just skimmed over and I missed it. How many of those were assisting GCSD?
Go back.
The numbers for GCS assistance.
Microphone. Thank you.
In terms of the assistance reciprocated between the two agencies, GCS provided received aid from TLU 153 times and then gave it 43 times.
Okay. So it's a good relationship. It's a strong, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
Because when the person picks up 911 or picks up the phone, dials 911, they don't care if it's a white truck or it's a red truck. They just want a truck to show up, right? And if we have diminished, if we have to remove a station or a truck out of this conversation for right now, we want to make sure that people understand that there is an impact, but it is the board's goal as well as your goal to make sure that the level of service, as long as we're not compromising safety, is going to be held at a high level.
As your fire chief with operational impacts and looking at what you're responsible to provide services to, specific to Groveland, I would advise against the Groveland engine being an engine you would consider for removal, specifically for the fact that once you remove Tuolumne County engine from Groveland, you're basically neglecting your ability and your responsibility to provide emergency response to the entire 120 corridor that has the highest level of tourism as well as TOT contributions to the county. That engine, unfortunately, due to its geographical area, is essential for what we're required to do in that part of the county. And we haven't had it, we didn't have it prior to this, but now that it's there, should that go away, it's going to create an undue strain and probably an unwillingness from GCSD, and rightfully so, to then take that on and then provide their constituents a decreased level of service or vulnerability because the engine was removed.
Right.
And so again, back to the map of geography where your highest concentration versus lowest concentration, there may be two next to each other there, but they're serving two different entities with jurisdictional authority and are needed.
And this kind of goes back to the chickens have come home to roost, because over the last 10 years of strong development within the 120 corridor, prior administrations have not put in fire considerations to make sure that we have additional rigs to support the needs that are growing in that community. So this is kind of the worst case scenario of how do we address all this with the growth up there.
I would say several things have, yeah, I would agree that several things have come to a point now where we're not able to find a solution outside of what we're talking about.
Okay, slide number 7, please. Okay, so I pulled this one up because current position is 50.5 positions. And I believe the next slide was to reduce that by, or maybe not the next slide, but it was dropped it down to 44.5. Now this is current, correct? Right, I mean, this would be the proposal. If that would be, it would be 44.5 positions. But I remember, if I recall correctly, we were also told that whether we like it or not, we're going to be increased by 9 positions.
So a couple different things there. So if given the reductions, yes, you have to reduce by 6 positions to meet your dollar amounts of the increase specific to fiscal year 26-27. Now, with the CAL FIRE agreement, it is written in the MOU that the county or whoever is in the agreement, especially what we consider what's called a grandfathered agreement, where we already have an existing relationship of a staffing level now for 49 years, there has to be a plan to go to a 3.0 daily staffing factor, which puts 3 people on the equipment. So upon the contract renewal, should you notice CAL FIRE, notice me specifically, that you intend to renew the agreement, which you'd have to do on July 1st of 2026, then we would enter into what a 5-year plan would look like to bring that staffing level up to the requirement of 3.0 staffing.
So we wouldn't absorb it all at once. Maybe that was my misunderstanding when the
No,
statement was made.
it's an approach to meet the intent and can take place with the plan being spread out over a few years. Essentially, it gives the county time to come up with a way to fund that.
Okay.
It's not just something that we're going to drop on you and say you have to do it tomorrow.
Okay, so, and I think that's important for people to understand too, is that the reason that you want to go, that CAL FIRE is going to a 3.0, I'm going to get the terminology wrong, response or per fire truck arrival, is you need to have 3 people available. So if they do need to go in, 2 can go in, 1 can stay outside.
That's one aspect of it. The real reason is it's a minimum staffing level that would be industry standard for a municipal fire department. In addition to that, the requirement to go to, and for the public, a 3.0 staffing, daily staffing factor means you have 3 people on the fire engine every single day. Currently, right now, some of your facilities are what's called a 2.0. You only have 2 people on that fire engine every single day. But it's bargained language in the local 2881 MOU that requires us to have a plan to get there. So that plan would be developed mutually with your CAO's office prior to the renewal, and then would be brought to your board in the renewal process going into the future after 26-27 with a fully transparent way to get there
Okay.
going on.
Right, including the financial impact to the county.
Correct.
Okay, all right. No more slides. You're off the hook there. All right, you would, well, sort of. So it was stated a few times that the Board of Supervisors went into this agreement in 1977?
Correct.
Right, which, more for history. Do you know, and if you don't, you can tell me you don't, because I would be surprised if you do, how many volunteers there were at that time? Volunteer firefighters?
I don't know, but I'm guaranteed there's somebody in the back that does.
Okay, I guess my question is between, I guess my question is between 1977 and now, the number of volunteer firefighters and the number of guys willing to put hot or cold stuff on hot stuff has grossly diminished within our community, correct?
Volunteer firefighters numbers have dropped significantly for several reasons. The biggest reason being is the amount of training required now has increased so significantly that it's almost easier to be a career professional than try to balance a work-life balance of volunteer firefighter and something else. So,
And I thank God for the volunteers. Like I said, I'm not dinging them in the least bit. I'm just trying to paint the picture that back then we had a lot more firefighters, that we could call and say, hey, go here, do this, do that. But over time that has gone away. And now we are also faced with the cost of fire and where we're going to house our resources and things like that. So, I'm getting there. So I just want to make sure that the number of volunteers have reduced.
Significantly
obviously.
dropped,
Significant. Okay, and then
we have Robert, he's in the back.
yeah, so our one volunteer. You're good. Thank you.
7 currently.
Yeah. And my last question is now something that you had stated in the beginning of your presentation is that we have to make this decision today.
Correct.
My understanding is that we understood, or the county, has there been discussion or documentations or anything that kind of gave us maybe a little bit more of a heads up, letter to the county saying, hey, this is coming, we need to do it? Because I have a hard time saying we're going to make this big decision today because we're here.
So
and if we can, you don't have to get into that. I just want to make sure that I understand that our hand is where it is because either we didn't do our jobs or something fell through the crack.
There's been formal and informal communication, right? So informally, we've known that SAFER expires, and we know that it's going to be a general fund pool, and so that discussion has literally been present. Even I think if you go back to the first meeting of 2025, there was a budget proposal that included reducing fire, different administration, but again, it was there. So outside of that, you have the formal processes that have been in place specifically to your cooperative agreement that says any changes are required to be notified within a year prior to. In good faith, we're trying to get a minimum of 6 months ahead of it by coming to you. And so after informal conversations with your, at the time, interim CAO, on October 13th, I noticed the county with a letter specifically outlining the timelines and the needs for a decision on this, should you want to make a change to the cooperative agreement. And that's a good faith from being a cooperator with you. Otherwise, if we go to the legal binding document, it's a year out. So I think there's been plenty of lead time. I also, in my humble opinion, this is not something that is all of a sudden upon us that we didn't see coming. We knew that SAFER was going away. There's been discussions about it this whole time. And in reality, the decision comes because if we're going to displace 6 employees, I have to notice labor unions and I have to get on board with that. And so the 6-month timeline coincides with our internal processes for even movement of facilities. And it's something that we felt that we could accommodate.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
All right, I'm just going to start with one of the last questions Steve had. And first of all, thank you guys for being here. We have a great relationship and I appreciate it over the years. Steve had brought up the 6 positions potentially lost if the fire station goes away, but then the 3.0 staffing. Is there a net gain at the end of that conversation when 3.0 comes online with 4, if it were to be down to 4 stations, would it be a loss or would it be a net gain of positions?
Excellent question. So with a reduction of 6 positions, right now you have 36 floor staff for staffing 5 engines. If you reduce an engine and come down to 4 and we drop it to 30, but through the growth factor of coming back to 3.0, you would need those 6 positions back to maintain 4 engines at 3.0 staffing.
Okay. So thank you. All right, I'm going to try and go. I'm sorry, a lot of good questions, and I was taking lots of notes, so I'm going to try and jam through this without being repetitive. Roger, there was an $1.8 million shortfall that we're in right now, but I can't remember the exact number. What was the budget number, Liz or Roger, when we started budget conversation? Were we 8 million short? Last year's budget, there's a much larger gap and we've whittled it down to 1.8. Do you remember what that starting number was?
Yeah, it was around, between general fund and fire, it was around, 6 million, something like that.
6 million, then we made several cuts,
Yeah, that's when your board
several
decided on the mid-year
reductions,
cuts.
several merges, and we've done a lot of work. Okay. Chief, you kind of spoke to the 6-month thing just now about, it sounded like it had to do with staffing and labor. I just wanted to clarify, because as a board member, I sit up here and we hear, like Access Tuolumne. I've been asking for a contract for them for years, and our board hasn't taken action on it. Or, Tuolumne Parks and Recs, we were out of contract for a while. I don't think their contract is as impactful as yours, but I just want to be, because something I could offer up potentially is we postpone this until June and see what the revenues look like, and then we make a decision in June once we have all the actuals in. So today is for you the deadline is it because of you have to displace employees, or just can you clarify that for me?
Absolutely. So any changes to your cooperative agreement specifically have a 1-year timeline in the agreement in which the board signed. So with that, a change to your agreement, as the agreement sits right now, you're on the hook for all 5 engines going into 26-27. When the board exercised this new policy of removing fund balances of over $700,000 from the fire department budget, it became clear to me as your fire chief and now also representing CAL FIRE that perhaps there was an intent to maintain the staffing level going into next year.
Okay, can I pause right there? If that money would have stayed in, because that was a budget policy that board members came up with to, anytime there's fund balance, we pull it back in. It wasn't specifically directed at fire. So had we left that money in that account and we then had this conversation in June and then decided in June to pull that money out of the account, wouldn't we still be back within the right now moment in June of deciding whether or not to keep staff or not?
Well,
I feel like the money shuffle is what's caused this conversation when
it's not the money shuffle. It probably would have been a little more informal with me working with the CAO's office saying, hey, there's $5.6 million of net county costs or budget deficit, however you want to look at it. How are we going to pay for that? The conversation wouldn't have changed. Really, if you look at the trajectory, SAFER ends in March of this year, right? The board approved to cover the 3-month gap until this next fiscal year. Then when the projections came out, it's showing an even further fiscal gap. And so what I didn't want to happen is that all of a sudden we decide later in the game that we can't afford the current fire service level and we want to make a change to the agreement, but now we're right up against the new fiscal year timeline, and your timelines for me to be able to do that aren't there to happen.
Okay.
So I wanted to jumpstart the conversation to get ahead of it.
So bigger question, a lot of things happening in the world. Maybe the economy picks up, maybe things start picking up, and then we decide, hey, we want to bite the bullet and we want to fund this because actuals are coming in, projections are coming in different, April, May, June. What if we want to re-implement that station if we were to cut it today? How, do you need 6 months to do that?
Potentially, I'd have to work with labor union and co-op fire to determine a timeline to then reinstitute it for sure. But I think we need to, we have the opportunity to work together to get ahead of this and really future the fire department here, right? I would say in my time, and respectfully, but very direct, I have been your fire chief budget cycle to budget cycle trying to figure out how to make things work. Coming in 75% lower than what we signed the agreement for, but still not having enough money to cover it. And so really, I think this is probably an opportunity, Supervisor Kirk, that let's look at what you can afford into the future for the fire department and then look at what the next 5 years looks like versus just the interim 6 months.
Okay. Let me see here. Thank you for being. Steve asked a question about Groveland. You spoke about Groveland and how you feel it's pivotal up there. This question regarding Groveland is for staff. Liz, it just came to mind while he was speaking. We have so much development going on up the 120 corridor, and I know some of the development is tied to providing resources for fire protection. Where are we at with those conversations as far as everybody paying their fair share to provide coverage? Because I know there's broader conversation coming one day about maybe them providing a station or some engines. Where are we at with that conversation to help offset? Because like in a perfect world, if they could provide that today, we could transfer that engine or that funding to Mono today to fund it.
So there are 2 resorts that have signed agreements that they have agreed to pay the language that says they're a fair share fee or a fair share agreement. And we internally have been working to develop what that fee is. I have those numbers. I will be actually bringing something to the board about that for your approval on that fee. It's not a significant, it's not going to it's not going to
So what you're saying wouldn't be enough to cover this?
No.
Okay.
The other piece is the CFD, and that was really going to be the big, for any future development that maybe hasn't signed like a fair share fee. Now the CFD, that's
Sure,
sort
but
of-
to the development portion.
And then
there's
as
not.
far as any
Okay.
future, public-private partnership or something like that, there's been nothing formal that
Okay.
nobody's really proposed anything formal.
All right, thank you. Let me see here. Okay, Chief, Mike may have spoken to it, but you in slide 8, it says, CAL FIRE would not be able to maintain our contractual relationship with the county as fire safety becomes an issue due to the insufficient resources. And then you said if we were to fall below 4. So if we were to cut this one, we'd be at 4. But kind of what Mike was saying, and this isn't me trying to catch you in words, I'm trying to understand the history, because before SAFER there was 2 and then 3 and then we've gone up to 5. So
Correct.
I don't ever want to go to 2 or 3 or 4, but
So
that statement
it's
just
a great question, and I'll be very, very clear with it. So the 4, we believe 5 engines where you're at right now is your minimum staffing level.
Sure.
We look at what we did before, and we probably kept that going at 2 engines with the call volume we did. Again, in good faith for the county, because we've been a cooperator for so long. But there has to be some kind of boundary now, and for me as your fire chief, 4 engines, and as the unit chief for CAL FIRE, I'm not willing to do anything less than that for the safety of my firefighters, and most of them are in this room right now. So that decision lies with me, and that's my decision on it. I think if you want a professional fire department provided by CAL FIRE, that is what we could do as a very minimum in order of providing that level of service. And if the dollar amount for that service is too much and needs to drop below that, I'm not necessarily sure that we're your best choice anymore.
So on the standards of coverage study that we paid for and had done, does that align with your recommendation on never go below 4?
I believe that we could maintain, depending, which engine was recommended to be removed, I think that we can maintain it pretty close to the 90%.
Okay.
And that's really contingent on a couple other factors. But once we get below that, essentially what's going to happen is we're going to have a fire engine that's going to respond, and their backup's going to be coming extended away, and they're going to be at a structure fire or some kind of incident where they need additional help, and it makes them vulnerable.
Sure.
And it really is more just pushing towards the fact that if you want a professional fire department, I mean, it takes a lot of money to have one, whether you're CAL FIRE or anybody else.
Right. I agree. Okay. Let me see if I have a few more. If you were to remove the engine from Groveland and put it down there, do you know what the average response time would be?
If we were to move the engine from Groveland and put it where?
And place it, basically staff mono
If Groveland were the engine to be
just saying if
cut
you were to flip
instead?
it, yeah.
Well, your response time would be infinite because you'd have to pull Jamestown to go all the way up
So
through Groveland.
45
and
minutes to an
past.
hour.
It isn't, it's not realistic.
Because if both are grant funded, and I'll get into that later, but it's an obvious question, but it hasn't been answered. Okay. Let me see if I have any more. Thank you for being patient with me. Oh, on all the examples, I think the examples were great, but when I kept reading, like there's example after example after example, I went back to statistics in my mind in college, and are these basically all like averages, or are they? I just want to have the best information possible. So are these like average response times, or because I looked up one that was in Crystal Falls, and it looked like it was like the farthest away from the station, whereas Silsbyville's across the street, which is going to be a minute away. So
Well, what Nathan
are
did
these
was
averages?
he put actual addresses in, correct? So it'd be like a simulated call type at a specific address. Randomly, it's not a real event, but it could be a real event. And then he was trying to articulate, and I think he did a good job, but to really kind of bring in, maybe summarize it for everybody, is that an engine goes away, it's going to take longer for another one to get there, and that's going to be not just for a fire, for a medical aid, for difficulty breathing, for potential CPR, et cetera.
I agree. The reason why I bring that up is because like some of these have like 11.29 response times extra, third or fourth levels down, or 8.57. And that's why I keep going back to that standards of coverage study, which is it usually gives averages. Like I'm big on the overall average. And so it sounds like maybe it wasn't, but I appreciate the exact locations that you guys used, but it just was some clarity I was looking for. I think I might have, let me see if I have any on here. I asked this question. I'm almost there, hold on.
Supervisor, we will have a second round, of course.
Okay, then let's, yeah, I think we're good though. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. A lot of more ones I was going to ask. I'll keep these, I think, to be kind of relatively short, but in general, fire is our number one priority in our priority list. I know it's 5 and it's not organized in particular order, but the question is, for how many years are you aware of that fire has been on the Board of Supervisors priority list as the highest or one of the top priorities?
So just speaking off memory, like without an exact date, I would say that probably 5 years now would be my guess. I'm trying to remember when that came on, but that became the priority, I believe.
I only got 5 years too, so.
So there it is.
And how much was removed from the fire fund balance and moved back into the regular fund balance?
776, 331.
Okay. Initially, the Jamestown station, when established, I believe was through a SAFER grant, and then the district was hybridized and brought under the county at that point, correct?
So the district came under the county with an agreement in 2004, but it wasn't staffed. The district, I believe our total revenue is just over $100,000. The district essentially signs that revenue over to the county. The strategic location, it provides service to the small district, also to the county by having the engine there. So my understanding, it's prior to my time as a chief, but I believe when the engine SAFER grant money ran out, the board made the decision to keep it regardless, and where that money came from, I assume would probably be general fund contribution.
And we did have a lot more volunteer stations at the time. It has dropped here. I wanted to ask, is it aberrant what's happened in Tuolumne County compared to statewide? The collapse somewhat of volunteer recruitment, of volunteer fire stations, and the replacement with professional fire stations. Is it unusual what's happened here?
No, it's not unusual. I think volunteerism is struggling everywhere.
Okay.
I mean, you're going to probably have your one-offs where that is the only choice, is everybody's a volunteer firefighter for the rural areas, but I think it's safe to say that it's steady decline statewide.
And then last questions here, and these are related to the priorities we set. This would have been in the beginning of 2024 for a 2-year priority list. The first one was develop a community facilities district or other ongoing revenue option for commercial and residential development. Did we do that?
I think that's a question for your board.
Okay. Maybe to staff. Did we do that?
No.
Did it? Well, we did develop it, I would say. We had a lot of discussions on it.
You have set the tax rates and you have put the framework.
But it was not implemented by the board overall. There was, the second goal was having a study session for sustained revenue options. It had a number of different things within the Fire Safety Advisory Committee to have these brought back. Did that happen? I'll throw this, could be to either, but.
I don't know that it happened specifically in the context of the Fire Safety Advisory Committee, but many of those revenue options have been explored and are still very actively being explored by staff one way or another.
And then the last one on it is, question is, it has established ongoing funding for sustainable fire operations, make grant funded fire stations permanent. And so have you been operating, I guess, under the impression that these were always meant to be permanent stations? This is not all of a sudden a crisis right now. We've been preparing for this moment for quite a while, at least conceptually.
So trying to answer a question, I think I understand what you're asking. So I guess we were waiting for someone to say SAFER runs out, time to cut. And I believe that was going to happen and was proposed to your board a year ago at the very first meeting of 2025. And then it didn't. And so as things progressed, and we almost a year later, we find ourselves now in a position, and that's what puts me before you today, specifically asking that question.
Okay. Those are just my questions. So with that, and appreciate the, this is a complex topic, so there's a lot of questions. We're going to move into public comment on this item. The way this works is everybody who would like to speak, you can come forward, be able to speak for 3 minutes. You'll have a beep at 1 minute. Again, we're trying to avoid any boos. We may have different, or any applause, different opinions that come up. It's being able to respect somebody's time to speak to the board as well. You do not have to speak the whole 3 minutes. And so if you feel like someone else has mentioned your point, you can come up, say, I agree with that, I stand with that, and be able to move forward too. And that will help everybody be able to get out of here in a reasonable time, and we'll be able to get discussion too. So with that, I'll open public comment on this item. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning. My name is Mario Torres. I represent CAL FIRE Local 2881 members as the Union Chapter Director in Tuolumne Calaveras Unit. I've been a local Tuolumne County resident since elementary school and have been proud to serve this community since 2006. I'm here to speak in strong support of the CAL FIRE Tuolumne County Fire contract. This partnership is not just a budget line item, it is the backbone of the fire service in this county, and our members have built Tuolumne County Fire with pride since our partnership began in 1977. Tuolumne County faces some of the most challenging fire conditions in the state, including rugged terrain, increasing wildfire seasons, remote communities, non-sprinklered homes, increasing tourism, and new developments. Because of this contract, we're able to provide professional 24-hour fire protection with 5 engine companies, staffed with 2 people, advanced fire ground training, and seamless mutual aid when major incidents occur. When someone calls 911, they care about 2 things. How fast is help coming, and are they prepared to save my family? Our community expects excellence, and our CAL FIRE members provide it every day. This partnership ensures that help arrives quickly, provides in-shape, highly trained firefighters that show compassion while assisting our community. Our contract also makes fiscal sense. When budget shortfalls projected, looking into replacing CAL FIRE with private firefighting companies is wrong, and it's an insult to all professional firefighters in this nation. Developing a different model without CAL FIRE would go against all past grand jury reports and coverage studies, require hiring, training, managing dozens of additional Tuolumne County employees, unfunded PERS liability that Tuolumne County would assume instead of CAL FIRE, dispatching costs, building an entire administrative and operational structure, just to name a few. This cost would far exceed the cost of maintaining our partnership while providing less protection to our county. The people behind the badge are important. A large portion of CAL FIRE members serving our county live here. Our kids go to school here. We coach kids in sports, shape futures for our youth, provide mentorship to new firefighter recruits. We shop in local stores, shape futures for shop in local stores, volunteer and stand watch over our communities when their worst days arrive, all while solving daily issues and bringing calm to the chaos. Your local 281 firefighter should be valued as a core government essential service. Every decision this board makes today shapes the safety of Tuolumne County into the future. It means choosing preparedness over risk and stability over uncertainty. I urge you to plan for expansion, keep firefighters safe with future minimum 3-person staffing, provide future fire station development to properly house 24/7 engine companies. The CAL FIRE contract is working. God bless this county and support our Tuolumne County Fire partnership with CAL FIRE. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. That was very well said, Mario, and I completely agree. Jennifer Donabedian, Groveland Community Services District, your friends and partner in fire protection and emergency response services in the greater Groveland area. The county currently houses and staffs an engine in the GCSD Fire Station 78 that is funded via a SAFER grant. Prior to the county staffing that engine, GCSD was spending over 30% of its time responding to county's calls in the county responsibility area. The district and the county have worked together for years to address this and to find a solution that results in a permanent and fully staffed county engine in the Groveland area that currently exists through a SAFER grant that is allowing the county to fund a staff engine available to respond 24/7. The need to have a permanent emergency response and fire protection services up the 120 corridor is something that has been acknowledged and supported by this board and the previous boards of supervisors. There has been much progress made in establishing this in the Groveland area that was severely lacking prior. We definitely cannot go backwards, and should the county engine cease to exist in Groveland, GCSD will not be able to pick up the slack of responding to county calls outside of our auto aid responsibility area, as it impedes our ability to meet our adopted standards of coverage and response time standards we have established for our community and its residents. We appreciate the difficult task in front of the board in funding necessary and adequate emergency response and fire protection services when funding is scarce and tight. But these services are a foundational responsibility of the county. The economic impact that could be realized as a result of inadequate services would be far greater than the money needed now to fund the services that could mitigate such a catastrophic event. I'd like to thank CAL FIRE and appreciate the very direct and honest presentation they gave today. The benefit realized by partnering with CAL FIRE is invaluable and not one we could ever hope to duplicate on our own. So with that said, Groveland Community Services District urges and supports the board to direct county staff to come back with a plan that continues to fund services at their existing levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward. No, you still only have 3 minutes, sir.
Only kidding.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, board. My name is Charles Edward Luke. I reside here in Sonora. I've been here for over 25 years. On September 24th, 2025, a fire broke out behind my house on a ridge, and the fire department took care of that problem. They were there and took care of it within 4 hours. But the reason I'm here today is that I like what the chief said here about these stations leave, but calls don't. That's so true, so true. I also heard the $392 million in the contingency fund, which, thank you, Supervisor Campbell, bring that up. But this gentleman who said that we need a new roof on a historical building, we need a cafeteria. My philosophy here is that people are more important than a roof. Keep in mind that we all live in this community. We all live here. We have homes here. We're all attached to this place, I believe. I'm so lucky to be here at this time. But what I want to say now is that we have to consider numbers. Numbers don't burn. Keep that in mind. We're all talking about numbers here. They do not burn. These people here, we bleed. Keep that in mind. We make decisions today. Also, I just hope, I'm looking here at some notes here. When the county set up a navigation center in Soulsville in 2024, it promised that it would not cut funds. Is that correct? Is that correct? I'm asking a question.
Generally, during public comment, we don't have
Okay, I'm sorry.
back and forth, so.
Okay, no problem. Thank
Yeah.
you. So in my world I come from, your word's your most important thing. You do not break promises. There's three things in life. There's a trifecta. You have your word, you have your soul, and you have your heart. There's three things. And what I know for a fact that leadership should be shown here today, and do not break your word. Keep this fire station open. My time's up?
You have 1 minute.
1 minute, okay,
Yeah.
thanks. So leaving it, I just want to say, do the right thing. Show some leadership here. Protect the people behind us. We live with these people. We're all here. We are one big community. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Julie Fountain. I live in Sonora, and I think slides 24 was my husband. I live in the Sunshine Station, Tin Man area. We want to thank you for discussing this topic. We all know it's super important, and the idea of closing fire stations is terrifying. Back in 2011, California instituted a fire fee of approximately $150. That was suspended in 2017. The state responsibility area fire prevention fee required homeowners in designated fire-prone areas to pay an annual fee of $150 for each habitable structure on a parcel. A $35 discounted rate was offered to properties that were already protected by an organized fire agency. So I know that that discount might apply to a number of homes within our area. As of 2024, Tuolumne County had 53,893 residents. 17,272 of those were homeowners. So if we were to reinstate, and I know I don't know the process for reinstating that fee, but if we were to reinstate that $150, that would be $2,590,800. If we were to move that to $200 per household per year, that would be $3,454,400, thereabouts. Again, not sure how many of those households would pay the full $150. And I know that this doesn't cover the entire shortfall, but it's something. And then if each owner of apartment complexes were to also pay into that, again, that's more. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning. My name is Patrick Cohen. I'm a homeowner, husband, father, and small business owner within Tuolumne County Fire Response Area. I'm not a politician or a public speaker, so for me to be here today in front of the board means that this board is about to decide on something that is very important to me and possibly my family's safety. I'm talking about the contract between Tuolumne County and CAL FIRE. This contract not only provides a very good service to the community we live, but also brings good paying jobs to this small town. One of the big issues with government is that they must find the lowest bidder. My dad taught me young in my life that you get what you pay for, and the lowest bidder is never a better option. There are two things in this community that should not apply: fire and law enforcement. There's been a long-standing good relationship between CAL FIRE and Tuolumne County. CAL FIRE not only provides a good service, a high standard, but employs highly motivated and highly skilled people to serve our community. The amount of training CAL FIRE employees receive on a yearly basis alone would cost the county more than the savings in the contract. There are honestly too many benefits to list in 3 minutes. This should not be a decision made on funding alone. This should be a decision made on safety of our community you serve. By the people in this room today, you can see that this community wants CAL FIRE and Tuolumne County Fire relationship to continue. This is your decision to make. Please do not make the wrong one and settle for second best when it comes to the safety of our families and our community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Tony Bichetti. I live in District 5 in Columbia with my wife and our 2 young daughters. Our families live here and work here, including my oldest brother, who will soon be graduating post to serve Tuolumne County Tuolumne County as a deputy sheriff. Tuolumne County is not just where I work, it's where my entire life is rooted. I'm an Army combat veteran and former non-commissioned officer. I'm also a fire captain with Tuolumne County Fire Department and a proud member of CAL FIRE Local 2881. I joined the fire service for a personal reason. Growing up, my mother struggled with cardiac issues, and first responders were a regular visit to my home because of it. That experience shaped my commitment to serve the people I love. Before joining TCFD, I worked for the U.S. Forest Service in Groveland, learning the area and the importance of strong interagency partnerships. I also worked as a firefighter in Merced County and Atwater City, where call volume was high and experience came fast. With that perspective, military service, federal fire, and municipal fire, I can say this: I have never worked with a group of firefighters as dedicated, disciplined, and community-focused as those serving Tuolumne County now. We live by a simple motto: we will not celebrate mediocrity. That standard matters here, where response times are long and our neighbors, friends, and families' lives are at risk. Operationally, Tuolumne County faces real challenges. On structure or vegetation fires, it can take time for all responding engines to arrive. When engines are staffed with only 2 personnel, firefighters immediately go to work handling multiple critical tasks. But limited staffing stretches those efforts and increases risk until additional resources arrive. The National Fire Protection Association, or NFPA, sets nationally recognized fire safety standards. The NFPA Standard 1710 establishes a minimum staffing of 4 firefighters per engine, with a recommendation of 5. While reaching 4 may not be immediately realistic, moving from 2 to 3 per engine would be a meaningful and achievable improvement, especially in rural areas like Groveland. After reviewing the county's recent fire service analysis, one thing is clear. The current CAL FIRE contract provides more service, greater staffing depth, and better long-term cost containment than any realistic alternative. CAL FIRE can backfill staffing during training, injuries, or major incidents and provide dispatch oversight, training support, administrative services, and assumes long-term retirement liability. Costs the county would otherwise have to absorb. Closing stations or reducing coverage does not solve fiscal challenges. It increases response times, risk, and long-term costs. Fire stations in Tuolumne County are not redundant. They are our lifelines. Once the station is closed, that service is gone. I respectfully ask you to maintain the Tuolumne County Fire Department, keep our fire stations open, and continue working towards staffing levels that meet national safety standards. This is a public safety decision. Thank you for your time and continued commitment to our community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Barry Rudolph, Columbia Fire Protection District. 1993, Prop 172 was sold as a 50-50 split to law and fire. I was on the fires in Southern California. The Tuolumne County Board at that time distributed that allocation at 95% for law enforcement related activities and 5%, less than 5% for the fire department. You get less than the dog catcher. And as far as I know, that still remains current today. Looking at the presentation that was done on December 16th, the general fund, apparently right now, which is your discretionary account, the sheriff's office receives approximately 40% of that allocation as compared to 5% to fire. I just heard this board say that fire was their number one priority. Doesn't look like it. Let's talk about Measure A real quick. 73% of the voters, when asked, said they wanted to see the existing and current fire protection improved and or made status whole. The fund balance was discussed earlier. That was earned on the backs of firefighters and people working extended shifts at like Chinese camp and elsewhere. And that money was taken out. That was earned on the backs of these people back here. The one chart, I got a little time here, the one chart that showed the reciprocal response to the fire districts outside the district, outside into the county area, shows you exactly how busy the county area is as compared to the fire protection districts. Go back and look at that slide. All that reciprocal stuff coming out is showing you how busy the county area is. The Gookin fire. You want to know what no response sounds like? I'll come bring the audio of that siren sounding for over 2 minutes. Columbia Fire transferred all the assets and entered into a cooperative agreement with you after this no response debacle destroyed a home in Columbia. We transferred stewardship and responsibility to the county to protect the district and the surrounding Columbia area. We transferred the community trust. Is fire really your top priority, as you often proclaim? The wheel is not round when discussing financial support for county fire. It's actually an 8-sided stop sign where we bang our heads 8 times against the wall with every revolution. Voters change the board. The board orders another study that again says the CAL FIRE contract is the solution. Then the board wastes more money on more tax dollars on another study that says the same thing. Insanity. This board is literally playing with fire here. 73%, as I said, of your voters said, protect the fire department. Do not break the public trust the constituents and us as a cooperator have placed in you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Colton Fields Richardson. I'm a Tuolumne County resident, and I'm going to be reading something that's written on behalf of retired Battalion Chief Kristen Norton. So, good morning. My name is Kristen Norton. I am a Tuolumne County resident and a retired firefighter. Currently, I serve on the CAL FIRE Local 2881 Fiscal Steering Committee and as the finance officer for Tuolumne Calaveras chapter. I am here today to voice my strong support for the CAL FIRE Tuolumne County Fire Department contract. For 2 years, I served at Station 51. Back then, our response area was massive, stretching from Soulsbyville to Chinese Camp, up to Columbia, and everywhere in between. We did not have the engines we have today. We spent our shifts racing across the county to reach those in need and extended response times due to distances. I have seen firsthand how the addition of more fully staffed engines across the county has transformed community safety. These engines make the difference in the delayed response times we once faced, not to mention firefighter fatigue. We cannot and we must not go back. Today, I have a great comfort knowing our responders are highly trained, properly staffed, and fully equipped. A system that works has been built, and we must protect it. As the Board of Supervisors, you should rely on the data. The independent study conducted in July 2024, paid by this county, was clear. The CAL FIRE contract is the most fiscally responsible option for our taxpayers. Simply put, an independent model or basic fire protection two-person staffed engines would force this board to ask our residents to pay more for significantly less protection. Beyond the baseline budget, you must consider the advantages that are often invisible until they're gone. The contract provides our county with instant access to extensive state resources, specialized equipment, extensive training, and dispatch services. This agreement shields our county from massive long-term liabilities under this contract. Tuolumne County is not burdened with the compounding costs of PERS retirement, medical benefits, and long-term disability which are managed at the state level. In an independent model, these unseen expenditures would eventually outpace perceived savings, creating a permanent drain on the county's general fund. I urge the board to make the right decision for the citizens of this county and for the local firefighters who live and support this community. Every decision the board makes, past, present, and future, affects every single person in Tuolumne County. Please protect the progress we've made.
Thank you. Good
Hi.
morning.
Hi, my name is Shelley Muniz and I live in Willow Springs. And I hadn't planned on this morning, but I'd like to make a personal statement. Over the last 2 years, Tuolumne County Fire and ambulance have saved my life twice. If response time was increased, I probably wouldn't be here today. So a big thank you from the bottom of my heart to all of you who worked so hard for all of us in this county. And I hope that you all will consider this when you make your decision.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Dan Orovada. I'm a retired fire captain for CAL FIRE. Current resident of Tuolumne County. I got 2 of my kids work for CAL FIRE. Couple things. We're talking about staffing. I used to work Amador at Twainhart CAL FIRE. Back then it was Twainhart CDF, 1 person. I worked Amador, Old Sonora, Forest Road, 1 person. When Sonora City was 1 person. You know what it feels like pulling up to a structure fire? One with 2 people and 2 engines? It's pretty pathetic, actually. There's not a whole lot you could do. Twainhart, rock was on fire. We get a call. Walk out of the back, don't see any smoke. Get in the engine, come around. Twainhart Fire pulls in with me. Person on that engine. I was lucky. We were still in fire season. I had 3 or 4 people. Staffing makes a difference. Without those 4 people, and the guy on Twainhart Fire laying me a line in, the rock would have been, it would have freaking been a disaster. We saved it. Cooperative effort between districts and CAL FIRE. But without that initial staffing of 3 to 4 to 5 people, that thing would have been a loss. There's no way I would have held that building. Staffing makes a difference. Even if you're running 561 and 511 out of Mono Village, Station 51 at nighttime, you still have 4 people coming to an incident. We're not even talking weather. Look at the snow. When I was a captain at Twainhart, we had to go to Cedar Ridge. Plows weren't there half the time. I was pushing 18 inches of snow. It took me 30 minutes to get to Esterlita. It's a long time. That's with 2 people. That's 2 staffing. Fund the fire department, fund the staffing, fund the 3 staffing, and I'm just gonna buy you, it's gonna buy you a lot in the long run. Let me tell you. And then the presentations these guys have given in the last 2 months, December 16th and today, Chief Cashy, Chief Gorham, Chief Baha, phenomenal. And also the training that you get from CAL FIRE personnel. You should go through the training records and see the academies they go through, the professional training they have every year. It's second to none in all the other fire departments. And it's mandatory. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, board. My name is Captain Robert Anzar. I'm the volunteer captain at the Chinese Camp Fire Station. I've been in Tuolumne County Fire for 32 years, and I have seen this cycle going and going and going. And I'm asking that you guys please do not cut any funding to our department. I've remembered the half-cent sales tax that failed, and I think the voters spoke very clearly They want you guys to get the money from somewhere else within the county to fully fund the fire department. So please, I want to tell you a little story. One time, this was about 15 years ago, I go to a call in the middle of the night between Moccasin and Chinese Camp, a vehicle that had crashed and was fully involved. I ended up handling that incident all by myself because every time that night, it was just a fluke thing maybe, they had to get sent to another call, life over property, okay? So every time they were trying to send another engine to help me where I'm by myself, they got sent to another incident. I ended up handling it. So I don't see there's any way we can reduce our staffing in this county whatsoever. I'm a volunteer, and it takes a lot to be a volunteer. It's a second job. The amount of training it takes today, I couldn't imagine trying to do that with a family and maintain some kind of a life with today with the way it is. The volunteerism is dying. Every time I get a call now, when I go out in the water tender, I'm constantly trying to get other volunteers to respond, and it's hard. It's really hard. Everybody's got jobs. So, yeah, the volunteerism has gone down dramatically. But I enjoy being a volunteer, and I love serving Tuolumne County. And please, as a volunteer, I just want you to understand, I fully support our Schedule A contract, and I think it's a great thing for our county and for our volunteers. And that, thank you again. And I just want to let you know, back in, 1977, we had like 14 stations and 200 volunteers at that time. So I just wanted to let you know that. So thank you, and please fully fund our fire department. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Hi, good morning.
Barbara Savory. I'm a resident of Tuolumne County for 30 years. I second everything that everyone else has said. I urge you not to cut any fire services or fire personnel. As we all know, there's a crisis of affordability for fire insurance, not just in this county, but statewide. And if you cut fire services or personnel, you will drive rates through the roof, even further than they've gone. A year ago, I went to my insurance carrier and I said, how can I reduce the cost of my fire insurance policy? And we had a long discussion about the criteria that they use for pricing. The most important criteria was how many fire stations are near you, how fast can they respond, and what is the fire clearance and so forth on your property. But the most important factor was availability of fire services and how fast they can get to your property. If you cut further stations and further personnel, our rates will go even higher. So I urge you, please don't cut.
Great, thank you. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Trey. I'm here speaking in support of Tuolumne County Fire and its current contract with CAL FIRE as a local 2881 member and current CAL FIRE employee. I've worked in the Tuolumne Calaveras unit for over 6 years now, and with 3 of those years working right here in Tuolumne County. The last 2 years I was working as a firefighter 2 assigned to Station 79 Columbia. During my time as a firefighter in Tuolumne County Fire, I responded to a vast amount of calls for service, numerous structure fires, wildland fires, vehicle accidents, medical aids, etc., while working on all 5 of these funded engines. I've seen firsthand how important it is to maintain this contract with no reduction in staffing. Each staffed engine plays a vital role in the varying and diverse response areas of this county, and it is an understatement to say that every single one of these engines are needed. As a local 281 member and resident of Tuolumne County for over 20 years, it is concerning to think that this contract may be lost or a reduction of an engine. Not only is it removing jobs from our union-paying members, but it is leaving a huge hole in Tuolumne County. Working at Station 79 in Columbia, I can confidently say that this impact would be felt by those residents. Multiple fires have been stopped, lives have been saved, and a professional level of service has been provided, all because of Engine 791 staffed out of that station. And the same thing can be said for the areas of Soulsbyville, East Sonora, Groveland, and Jamestown because of Engines 511, 561, 631, and 761. I live in East Sonora, and the closest engines to my house are Engine 4475 and Engine 4485. Those engines are CAL FIRE engines, and they have a different mission. They're on the state mission. So whether they're out of county on a major wildland incident or on project, they may not be at that station. Not to mention this time of year, that station is closed down. That makes my closest engines to my house engine 561 and engine 511. And without these engines, the level of service in my area wouldn't be the same. It is such a great opportunity for this county to have this level of professionalism, expertise, and training from their fire department. CAL FIRE offers a wide variety of knowledge and experience with each employee. From firefighter to chief, every single person has something to add to this department, which is what makes this contract such a great choice. I've personally worked alongside some of the most experienced, well-trained individuals during my time in Tuolumne County Fire, and this is always backed up by a job well done on the fire ground or at any incident. At the end of the day, that's what we want, is a job well done, so why explore other options? Tuolumne County Fire and this contract have come a long way in its growth and the ability to serve these communities, and it would be a shame to see that thrown away or reduced. I hope that all of you listen to what each one of us has to say and see how just important it is to keep this current contract going. I know as a resident of this county, I would not be thrilled to lose a fire department providing this level of service, and whatever it takes to keep this going, we need to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Corey. I'm a fire engineer with the Twain Harte Fire Department. Fire stations are not an optional service. They are a critical lifeline. Every closed station increases response times, and in an emergency, minutes are the difference between a close call and a tragedy. Whether it is a structure fire, medical emergency, traffic accident, or wildfire, our residents depend on immediate help. Tuolumne County's geography, weather, and wildfire risk make full coverage essential. Closing stations does not eliminate emergencies. It only delays responses and puts lives, property, and our firefighters at greater risk. It also places an unfair burden on neighboring stations, stretching already limited resources even thinner. Keeping all stations open is an investment in public safety, community resilience, and prevention. Strong response today prevents far greater cost tomorrow, financially and emotionally. I urge the board to prioritize public safety and keep all Tuolumne County fire stations open. And lastly, since insurance policies are on everybody's mind right now, Tuolumne County Fire is a policy that won't drop you, but it's up to you to decide the value of human life.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. My name is Danny Hausauer, and I worked at Mona Village in 2017 through 2020. And after looking at this report and listening to this presentation, those years were unsafe and foolish. Be working under those conditions with the staffing that we had. So, Chief Cashy, Chief Gorham, thank you for protecting your employees and not agreeing to go back to. Appreciate that. Now, on the back here is your guys' vision of what a community needs to thrive and prosper. You guys know what the first thing is on that list? A safe community. Do not return the fire department to what it was. Don't reduce staffing, because if you do, it's a step backwards and the community is less safe. I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I think it's still.
Technically.
Bob Esquith, resident of Groveland. I appreciate Chief talking about the importance or highlighting the importance of the engine. Was it 631 in Groveland? Just wrap a little context around that. When there was not an engine, a county engine in Groveland, the GCSD engine, let's say it goes to Rush Creek. Takes it at least a half an hour away. And now what happens in Groveland? There's no engine. And so the next engine would come from Jamestown, perhaps. It's a long time to leave all the South County people without any help. I also heard that it takes at least 3 people to be able to go into a burning building. Well, if you take away one engine, then that is still a half an hour or more away, half hour, 45 minutes. So of all of the places in the county that you could move an engine or remove an engine, I think South County would be the really most impactful in a negative way. We have between 1.2 and 1.4 million people driving Highway 120 to Yosemite every single year. And those people stop, they live in that area, they stop in that area, and they need to be able to have service for them. So my comments today are just about the Groveland engine and making sure that that's there. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. My name is Don Nessel. I've lived in the county for 50 years. I heard a lot of talk about cutting funding, but it sounds like you're trying to find where the funding comes from. I don't think anything's being cut, but maybe I'm wrong. I heard very little talk about the volunteer aspect, or actually maybe having different levels of positions in the fire department as to how you could maybe have people who are trained to a certain point that could be that third person that maybe wouldn't go into the burning building. I'm not really sure because they're the experts on that, but I really know as far as volunteering, I've tried to volunteer. And one time I tried to volunteer when my property was on fire, and they wouldn't let me through into my property because they were afraid I would get in the way. I'm sure I know how to fight a fire at my house because I put things into position to be able to make that happen. So maybe there's some bad ideas about what volunteers can or can't do, but I've never heard of any kind of a thing in the community looking to get volunteers. We're trying to get volunteers. We're going to have a training this Saturday for all of our fire department people. You could come and sit in and begin to get trained, something like that. But if it is looking for money, I think the county has a lot of extra funds that they could cut. Like, I like the courthouse, but what's being done over there is really costly to bring it back, and maybe you do it over 20 years rather than the next couple years, or maybe you let volunteers do that, and you put the press and the radio station and all kinds of stuff to make those volunteers look really great because they are some local contractor doing the work rather than paying somebody way too much money, prevailing wage or whatever, and they volunteer to fix the courthouse, something like that. Get rid of some of the excess properties in the county. I am aware that we maintain a lot of houses. I know there are buildings in downtown Sonora that are maintained that are empty. I know we have 2 resiliency centers that were built with money from someone else, so we had to have an equity resolution to get those resiliency centers. But there's a lot of things that you're maintaining that if you sold 4 of those houses at $250,000, you'd have $1 million right there. So I think maybe the ad hoc committee could look at some of those ideas. Maybe the fire department could look more seriously at volunteers and lower level positions that are still professional, but don't get paid as much and maybe don't have the same retirement, insurance, and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Keith Martin. I'm a resident of Groveland. I've lived up in the Tuolumne County area now for about 10 years. I previously lived in North Pasadena. Used to enjoy hiking up in Eaton Canyon. Have friends there whose homes have now burned down. There was a environmental center there, which is beautiful, which is now burned down. I was watching the watching the thunderstorm that originated back, I believe it was around April or so. I enjoy watching thunderstorms. My background in science and engineering creates that interest. And I didn't know at the time that an area I really enjoyed hiking in, which was the Red Hills, had a fire start there, and there was not sufficient fire personnel available to put it out, and Chinese camp burned down. I learned that at the same time there was a fire that was ignited in Groveland, which didn't even quite get up to an acre because our fire department there was able to respond to it immediately and put it out, which probably saved around, I don't know, 3,000 homes or so. Is that what we have in Pine Mountain Lake or something like that? So there is success in having that station in Groveland properly manned. To reduce the manning in that station could be tragic, especially with the fact that we have increased demand on that station from the developments such as Rush Creek and Firefall Ranch and the regular visitation that goes into Yosemite. And the time is not to discuss how to save money by reducing your ability to respond, but instead perhaps look into a way to increase the revenue. I know I've talked with Mr. Griefer about whether or not the establishments like Firefall or Rush Creek and the visitation, taxing on visitation could be done to try to make up the downfall. I've been told that that isn't feasible right now. I don't fully know why, but I would rather see something like that done than to perhaps put us in the same situation as Chinese camp. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm glad to see the deep dive into the CAL FIRE contract. It has educated our community, and I think that is a good thing. Thank you, CAL FIRE, for doing such a great job. My concern is the following. Since at the federal level, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, is being destroyed, hence the SAFER grant is eliminated. Hence, the threshold numbers for our county to get aid rises. This means less support for our county in response and recovery in disasters. We cannot reduce our present resources like fire stations and the Office of Emergency Services. What do we do as a county? This is not the time to reduce as disasters are more frequent and severe. We have spent years to build what we have now. We may have to put those other projects on hold. You all have claimed safety as our community's #1 priority. So I ask you to continue with the CAL FIRE contract and support the Office of Emergency Service with permanent staff positions. And thank you, CAL FIRE, and thank you, OES.
Thank you. Do you have any additional public comment? Once, going twice.
Sorry,
Good
I'm
morning
old.
again.
It takes me a while. I really want to thank you for your presentation. This was really great. You use these acronyms all the time and these numbers, and half the time I don't know exactly what you're talking about. So now I have a picture. So I really appreciate that. And I have been in this room for many years listening to your priorities about fire and law enforcement and roads. And you're not interested in things that I think should be a priority, but whatever. So you wanted to put a lot of money into the sheriff's department, and you wanted to make sure that you hung on to your deputies. And I don't remember you making that department jumping through the hoops that you're asking the fire department to jump through. And I remember with Josh White and Paul Avila, and I talked to Paul Avila several times, that the Miwok Strawberry District has these fundraisers, and they were able to buy a fire truck plus other equipment, and I suggested that he start having some spaghetti dinners. And we need to look at how we do some of our spending. You spent $2 million, which I kind of understood, putting an elevator to nowhere in the building next door while it sits empty. The other courthouse is rotting and falling apart, and that would have paid for this. And I want to thank, I think her name was Barbara, who talked about the status of your fire departments affects your fire insurance. That was a very good comment. And I think everyone should thank our captain from Chinese camp, because he actually volunteered and brought his little water tender and was in the parade to salute the Sonora Wildcats for their state championship. But since our local media never really talked to anybody who was in the parade, nobody knows that. So thank you for being here today. And I think we ought to look at some other things that maybe don't cost money, because we have a lot of idiot fires and we have a lot of idiot crashes in our county. And maybe we need to do something about safety awareness and holding people accountable, which might be cheaper in the long run and doesn't cost that much money. And we need to be looking at what it costs when we have to go around to all these facilities and pick up people after they fall into the ground, because that gets costly too. And I just think there are maybe some other cost-cutting measures that might be effective. But in the meantime, you need to pay for what we have.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? Once, going twice. All right, seeing none, we will close public comment on this item. We haven't had a bio break in a little while, so let's do a 5-minute recess. Approximately, we'll reconvene at 11:46. Some folks that just came in, we are still on our 9 a.m. appointment. We're entering the discussion on the board, so we may be a little slow into our 12. So thank you. Okay, thank you, everybody. We're reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting at 11:49. And with that, thank you for everybody that stayed for that presentation, that made comment as well. I think that's one of the most important things we do, is be able to have you read the material, hear the questions, and be able to let us know what you think. So thanks for your patience in that. With it, we'll bring it back to the board for any comments, discussion. Or I guess continued questions as well. Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, I don't, I'll check with the chair and the board. The question, I don't know, Nick, if you could answer it, or if Mario could, it's just because Mario represents a union. But would it be okay if I ask Mario some questions to come to the podium?
I can try first, and then if we have to defer.
In the comments, I'm just trying to, I just want to make sure there's not, I hate this word, but disinformation. I heard a lot of folks, especially from the union and firefighters, bring up, don't get rid of the contract. Like, this is the best contract. Don't go to another source. I want to be really clear. We're not talking about getting rid of the CAL FIRE contract, because I don't know, I just want to make sure, I don't know where that's coming from.
It was the third element of your board's direction to the ad hoc committee, but due to timelines and the need to have it identified if cuts are going to take place, it wasn't addressed. So
at the ad hoc committee, it was brought up to get rid of it?
Supervisor Griefer, I don't know if you want to jump in on that.
Sure. Supervisor Griefer?
Yeah, so I think it's a little bit of taken out of context, but not in a negative way. So when we decided as an organization to have an ad hoc committee, there was one of the things that I wanted to make sure that we as an organization we're looking at everything. Meaning, is CAL FIRE the right one? Is it independent fire run? Meaning, do we go out and we hire firefighters? Do we bring it all in-house? Things like that. So the purpose of that comment was, let's prove that that CAL FIRE is our best option, and that the other options that get floated out there, like we've heard in the past of, well, it's cheaper if you just hire other firefighters. That was never the point. The point is we wanted to have the ad hoc committee look at everything to say that every angle has been looked at, and that this organization is making the best decision for our community accordingly.
Okay. Because when I heard that, I was about to have a heart attack. Just quick history. When I got into office, I spent 2 years of my life researching that idea. And when I realized that, just for example, all the chiefs weren't going to take off their hat and come together and figure out what was best, the best formula absolutely was, it's most expensive, but the CAL FIRE contract. So I just want to be really careful that if we ever have that conversation, it would, just even to allow to have that conversation would need to be, I would suggest, vetted by the board, because I think it's worthless from my experience. And part of the reason why we got to where we're at is because the county took the lead a few years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, where we just said, you know what? We can't get everybody to have a conversation or do its best. And we had studies that showed, okay, you can either do this model or the CAL FIRE contract model. So the county, we just went forward with the CAL FIRE contract model. And as long as I'm a board member, I will, that's my commitment, just because of my own experiences.
Yeah,
I don't want to take that away from this
I have
board,
not
but-
changed my answer to any of the CAL FIRE personnel nor the individual firefighters, is that if we're going to look at it, we need to look at all angles. And if
Okay,
that is
fair
the
enough.
worst angle, then we ignore that angle.
Okay.
We can tell everyone that that's what we did.
So cool. I just want to be clear with the folks in the CAL FIRE folks in the room. That's my stance. It sounds like that's the board's stance. So I just want to bring clarity to that. Let me see if, sorry, I was just organized for a moment. As far as questions go, Liz, I have a question. Ready for your budget thoughts? If I were to make a motion to keep the fire funding in place, with the understanding that we're going to follow board policies, which is we don't take money out of contingencies, and our board has decided to do priority-based budgeting, which is fire, law enforcement, roads, We're not going to make cuts to the Visitors Bureau because that, in essence, brings more money to the coffers. And then there's been conversation that this board in the past has threatened to cut parks and libraries to fund these things. So if I were to say, we're going to fund this without contingencies, without cuts to fire, law enforcement, roads, Visitors Bureau, Parks and Recs, and library, tell me, where would you get the money from?
The other general fund departments, so I'm working on that as we speak.
Okay, because I've asked this before and I've actually proposed it in past budget meetings.
So it would be probably, well, I can give you the numbers right now, actually. It would be about a 5.6% cut. Well, not including the, well, yeah, let's just call it about a 5.6% cut to every department. That would be the Board of Supervisors, County Administrator's Office, OES, Auditor, Treasurer, Assessor, Archives, County Council, Human Resources.
And what would that 5.6% represent? How much?
The $1.8 million.
1.8?
That we're projecting next year.
For
Now, again, I just really want to caveat that 1.8 million is like such a projection. You know, we haven't even gotten through half the years of our revenues yet. And
you're good. I'm not going to hold you to it.
Yeah. No, I know. I just, for the whole board's context, that, you know, it's just, yeah.
So it'd be 1.8 million, 5%, 5.6%.
Again, facilities, IT, it's ag department, community development department, veteran services.
Okay.
It's those kinds of departments that would take cuts. If you didn't want to cut sheriff's office, fire, or Parks and Rec and Library.
In the Visitors Bureau, which is bringing
Yes,
it
in the
back.
Visitors Bureau, yeah.
Okay. Because I have brought that up in past budget meetings.
Yeah.
I have, huh?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. For additional discussion, comments? Supervisor Campbell?
I'll go unless somebody else wants to go, but and thank you, Supervisor Kirk. That was sort of the question I had, but I just wanted to kind of ask more, basically, because we have heard from our chief today, and I think that your statement about we need to make a decision today to know what the future of the Tuolumne County Fire Department is going to look like. To me, I felt that this issue is sort of what is causing this question about the continuing with the contract within the community. I know that's people have brought that up to me, that's why they're concerned about it. So I think there's a number of different reasons, and we did talk about it in the ad hoc, but I don't think we really had a clear consensus about what to do, and so that's why the full slate of these questions is coming to the board. But overarching, what you want to know is, do we intend to fund fire facilities status quo into the next fiscal year, correct?
Correct. And I could outline why I need to know that if you'd like.
Okay.
So
before you do, though, I wanted to ask our CAO and our assistant CAO, deputy CAO, if this board today at a minimum decided, yes, we do want to continue to fund status quo fire into the future, and just gave you, told us based on some of like Supervisor Kirk's comments, but also if we just said blanket, if we told you we needed to fund this, how would you do it? Would you come back with a recommendation? And then directing them to come back with a recommendation, would that suffice to satisfy what you're looking for, Chief, from the board? So, do you need me to repeat that?
Please, Nathan, grab my attention.
If I was to ask staff, if the board was to direct staff to come up with a plan to fund status quo fire services and direct them to come back to the board with recommendations on that, not giving any definition about how we do that, is that sufficient to satisfy your need to know that the board is committed to funding these services?
Yeah, I think what I'd like to just make really clear is that should you choose that you want to cut any resources to become more in line with a budget that does not require that 2.4 million increase, your timelines for me to be able to notice labor unions and displace folks prior to next fiscal year, it has to occur. I have to start that when I leave this room today if you give me that direction. So should the board decide that we want to figure it out how to fund, then we would defer to our contractual obligation through the local government agreement that we have with you. And I would say that the county is obligated to fund 5 engines until the end of fiscal year 26-27.
So, but what I'm saying is, do we need do you need from us to decide exactly where that money is coming from, exactly where it's going into fire today? Or can we just give a commitment that we intend to fund these services and figure out how to do that over the course of, the next couple of weeks or months?
In the letter I submitted in October, I asked specifically how it was going to be done, and that comes from CAL FIRE standpoint of understanding the deficit and the need to make it up. In working with the county, as long as we've been partners, if that's a commitment from the board, then I trust in the board that that would be their ability to financially maintain that agreement. But as a CAL FIRE unit chief, I can't go into something knowing that the money's not there, and then should you not be able to pay the contractual obligation, then have a legal issue with the county and CAL FIRE is what I do not want to go into.
Okay. All right. Well, and thank you. That clarifies kind of where I wanted to go from there, because, thank you to all the people that spoke. Just about every single thing I was going to say today was said by somebody here. So I just kind of want to really, as quickly as possible, go over some of the things that I heard. And the main key to take away from here is we were sort of focusing in on 3 fire stations, excuse me, that would be the primary focus if there were to be cuts. And the key takeaway I had from that is that, let's say, we're looking at Station 56 in Salisburyville. That is not just going to affect Salisburyville. It's going to affect people in Twain Harte. It's going to affect people in Tuolumne City. It's going to affect people in Sonora. If you're talking about Columbia engine, it's got to come from somewhere. It'll have to come from the Sonora. Those reduced resources will have to come from Jamestown. And in Groveland, I don't know where they'll come from. I mean, it'll be more pressure on GCSD, which is already strapped. We'll have to have an engine come from Jamestown or Mariposa. I don't know. In some places, that might even be the closer route. I don't know where they would come from. I don't know how we would get fire protection to many of those areas in South County if we were to eliminate that. So I really don't think that's a viable option, any of those things. If we're true to our priorities and the things that were set out. Now, this is not a issue that is new, about funding fire. This started, I mean, really, if you know those of you that are the old timers that know the history, I'm kind of including myself in the old timer group too, because I was a younger person when I started getting involved in OES and that type of thing. But it really started with the rim fire. So not this board, not the previous board, not the board before that, but the one before that. So this is 4 boards ago, dealt with the rim fire, and it was identified at that time by the board, by the grand jury, that we were woefully underprotected in our community for fire safety. And that is kind of, to me, where this started, that we need to reinvest in fire, we need to make these things happen, and we need to seek grants. That was carried over onto the next board and to the next board that I served on. And one of the proudest things that I tell people when I talk about accomplishments as a board member is that I was able to work with my colleagues, with CAL FIRE and the different agencies to bring our fire stations from 2 barely surviving fire stations to 5, where we're now at the bare minimum of what is necessary for a community of our size that has a really significant fire risk. So we're at that bare minimum point. So I can't even, I'm not really interested in even talking about eliminating fire stations, because while I respect that the board has this policy to not look at contingencies, I don't see this as a one time, what we're talking about is getting us through to this next year. So it kind of is a one-time issue, because we're going to have to renegotiate the contract anyway. So I don't see using contingencies as violating that board policy. But even if it was, if we're talking about, the 25% Chinese camp cleanup, we're talking about wanting to get out of rented facilities, these are all absolutely good goals that we should have. They're good things that we should be budgeting for and making it happen, but not at the expense of fire stations. you know, to me, that is not the place that I would cut in order to find money for some of these other things. The scale of the issue, I think, within the fire department financially, I think was exacerbated by a decision that the board took in September to take fund balance that had been set aside through mutual aid contracts, through our firefighters going to other jurisdictions, fighting fires and being reimbursed, or not using all of their time that they necessarily would have used, saving up those funds. That should not just be placed in contingencies, or even if we agree that it should. I think that spending contingencies on a fire station is a really good use of contingencies. That's exactly why we have those things, in my opinion. The other comment that was made by a community member that I was prepared to go off on this, but I'll just say really briefly, is insurance. The insurance industry is absolutely watching what is going on here today. And if we announce to the world that Tuolumne County is no longer in the business of aggressively investing and supporting fire, that is going to have a repercussion on every single person here, and myself included, that pays homeowners insurance. So one way or another, we are all going to pay for this. And if we're going to pay for it, I would rather pay for it in the form of protecting our community and not increasing our risk. So I think it's the main focus that I'm looking at is that where I hope we can kind of start as a board is that our community is looking at us to work the problem. It is a problem. It's not the first time this has come up. Supervisor Kirk might remember when we were first on the board, we were looking at a close to $11 million shortfall. And one of the things that was brought up as a cost-cutting measure was eliminating the Jamestown Fire Station, which the same exact kind of calculus was made at that time, that fire station was established using grant funds, and the grant went away. Now the county was paying for it. Well, since the grant went away, the county shouldn't be doing it anymore. We opted not to do that because we realized at the time, completely different board, well, not completely different, two of us, made that decision that it was important and that there was a reason why we had invested in that fire station. So same exact decision is here before us today. Yes, grant funds help support us in getting to a point where we're at a minimum staffing, and now it's on us, the board, to work the problem to figure out how to continue that on. That's why we get paid the big bucks. That's why we're here in this position, to make those hard choices, to make sure to make these difficult decisions. And it would be a different kind of conversation if we were looking at the county as broke, we're bankrupt, we're laying off employees, we're having to get rid of departments wholesale. That is not the case. You know, like I said, we have at times had an $11 million budget shortfall. Now we're talking about $1.8 million, which, make no mistake, is a lot of money. I'm not one of those saying a billion here, billion there kind of guys. But it is a lot of money, but it is less than the amount of money in contingencies. We have about $4 million in contingencies. And so today we could make a decision to spend that money, shore up fire, and then we would be done with this issue. We would still have other problems to work through, but I'm confident that we would do that. So that's the point, is that we're always a poor county. We never have enough money to do everything we want to do, but we're not in as dire a financial position to where we have to look at closing fire stations, I believe. So those are the salient points that I wanted to bring up. My recommendation would be, I guess, kind of a modification of what Supervisor Kirk said, maybe ask our staff to work the problem, come back with solutions, including what Supervisor Kirk said, a solution that doesn't draw from contingencies, doesn't draw from some of those other departments. But I also want to see a recommendation that does include those, and see what you would suggest where those things are regarded. Because, I mean, that's why you're here, is to present us with options, and I want to hear as many options as possible. I don't want to hamstring you in coming up with recommendations that the board will consider later. Because I really, for the significance of what we're talking about here, I really don't think we have had enough public engagement in this discussion. And so that's why I'm really interested in looking at how we're going to fund it and having that public discussion, which I don't think we've done enough of that.
Chair Brennan, can I should I make comment now or maybe?
Supervisor Kirk, sure.
Because I think we're kind of going back a little bit. I think to my recommendation, Supervisor Campbell, with all due respect, this was the first item on the Finance Committee discussion board back in January or February of 2025. We have been punting and punting and punting. And if the decision would have been made to cut that station earlier, we would have been saving potentially another how much millions more. Not that it's all about money, but to sit here and say that we should punt yet again when they've already given us a 6-month reset, I am very clear, and I have been extremely clear since day one, which is our board is sticking with our budget policy of not touching contingencies, and our board is priority budget focused of law enforcement, fire, roads, not cutting visitors bureau because they in sense are part of the golden egg. And then we've all agreed that not touching parks and recs and park and library, we shouldn't be doing it because it's a scare tactic that a lot of people feel. So I am very specific as far as giving direction. We are the elected officials. They are staff. We give them clear direction. I don't want your opinion on what to bring back with the other ones. I'm very clear. 5.6% cuts in all other departments except those I stated. Simple. That's my direction if we were to go down that path. I'm not going to wait another month or 2 or 6 months to do what we've been doing. That's my and then you can respond. That's my thought on that. Since this might be my last closing argument. While I have been in office, no matter how today goes, from when you and I were in office to today, we have funded fire 150% more than when we started. Should this be cut, we'll still have doubled our fire stations from when you and I first started. So I just want to be really clear with that. 2 other things I want to speak to. The sheriff's office got brought up a couple times. The sheriff's office was not funded with grants to add additional staff. Back to that conversation of we don't use one-time funds to do ongoing operations. Earlier this year in budget, I wanted to hire somebody in the sheriff's department and the DA's office to go after crimes against the vulnerable population, including children, women, elderly, LGBTQ community. This board, including Supervisor Campbell, did not support that, and it's okay, because we don't use one-time funds to do ongoing costs. So let's keep the argument fair and in perspective. So just clear, sheriffs does not use grants to give those raises. And somebody brought up the OES thing. There was a half a position in OES in 2018 when I started. Now there's 2 or 3 or 4? There's 4. So, okay. So there's just some clarity, but I'm very specific as far as what I want to do, Liz. And so I'll let the rest of the board say their piece and sure, Campbell to respond.
Well, you said, I forgot the term you used, kicking it, maybe you said punting. Yeah, let's make a decision. So the only reason I recommended what I did was as a compromise to you. I think we should figure out how to fund it today. And I think we could today draw from contingencies for a one-time use to fund fire through the end of the contract. That's a one-time use. I think that falls under the purview of, because you're saying we don't touch contingencies. That's not the board policy. The board policy is that we don't use it to fund ongoing expenses.
Which this is.
And you brought up the sheriff. The sheriff absolutely has grant-funded positions within the sheriff's office.
Yes, and when they go away, the position goes away.
Not necessarily. I mean, if boat patrol went away, I would not be supportive of eliminating that. So anyway, I think that it is within the board policy to use those contingencies to fund these fire stations. And so I was a little confused. Are you saying, my assertion is that we should fund all of the fire stations, including the 3 that were kind of identified, and that we can use a combination of contingency and then making cuts across the board. And I don't know exactly what those cuts should be.
So I'll let you finish.
If it's okay, I know
So-
we haven't quite finished the
And-
rotation on it. I know there is a
and that-
discussion back and forth.
And that's a decision that could be
Yeah.
made today. So I agree with you that we shouldn't be punting this. I think it's important.
Wanted to make some comments on it, and I think I don't have too much. I agree that my hope with the ad hoc was to staff. We've discussed, I mean, Roger, myself, Liz, myself, with the board at these meetings, a number of, I think, alternative options that would provide revenue, that would support these services, these investments. I think some of them are reflected very clearly, verbatim, in the priorities we set in 2024 of exactly how we plan to fund it. And things were developed, and then they come up, and it fails on a 2-3 vote in some of the instances. Other ones have been discussed, they haven't been brought back. I just want to say that fire is the top priority. We say it all the time. We have invested there, and I believe it. And I agree that one of the proudest things of the last time that I've been on the board, nearly as long, not quite as long, but has been the increases that we've made. To me, it is a moral and it's been a visionary plan to get us to what is minimum staffing to protect people who have a heart attack, who have a fire at their house, who have a lightning strike. Chinese camp was not the only place that had a lightning strike that happened. Many of those fires didn't grow. I'm not saying it wouldn't have, but in the wake of losing a community, to be discussing closing a station, to me, is not correct. I wish Measure Z had passed. If folks in here are advocating for fire and didn't support that, I would say reflect on it as well, but Measure A was clear. Fire is a priority. So these are the decisions we have to say. What are we going to cut to make sure that we do this? But it's not to say don't fund these things. Leadership is difficult. You identify a problem, all of them. You have to prioritize those. You make a plan, you implement a plan, and then you adapt it. There are real money issues with the county structurally, but this is just not one of them because the issue is we have a number of here's 5 major things right here that we've talked about over the years that could be significant solutions to this between EMS, between CFD districts with the new hotels and commercials coming in, with the lift assists, with not billing insurance for any of the fires we go to, with I think the so-called idiot fire fee. You know, we don't bill when somebody is negligent and goes and actually causes a fire that was at fault. That is something that we could explore, and there's a bunch more. So in short, in 1977, they created this from direction in 1974, and it was funded. People said, we're going to pay for that as a local community, like the fire fee, I think. We're going to pay for it out of our property tax. In 1978, Prop 13 really destroyed that base. But the vision shown in 1974 through 77 to say this is important enough to invest in, we're going to pay for that, it hasn't really been replicated since. I appreciate what we've invested in, and I guess I kind of can sum it up in basically 7 words. No closures, no privatization, and no going backwards on fire. I'm not going to vote to close any stations or reduce any of our fire services. We have plenty of options to find a way. I will choose any of those. I will not choose to go back on what we've done. And in closing, I hope that we do bring back some of those alternative items that can generate that sustainable, ongoing fire revenue we've had in our goals for a long time, that we've talked about, that we can make happen. Supervisor Griefer.
Thank you. I think we might be a little bit in the weeds here. I want to make sure that I understand that today fire is asking us to take a fork in the road. Either we're going to fund or we're not going to fund. If we're not going to fund, we need to tell you today so you can start taking those steps accordingly, correct?
You're going to reduce your dollar amount of your contractual agreement for going into 26, 27, I need to know today.
Right, so having a discussion or having staff come back at a later date doesn't solve that problem today. That decision has to be made today, whether or not we're going to do X or Y. If we do whatever it is, then we can do that. What Supervisor Brandon alluded to a moment ago was exactly what I was going to mention was the real issue here is service versus funding, right? Measure Z was funding, right? We wanted the county wanted to have a measured tax base, and that did not pass. The reason it didn't pass is because people didn't believe that the money was going to go where it was being promoted. It was going to go. It was going to go into the general fund, and people have an issue with that going into the general fund. To the gentleman who spoke earlier about the service, Measure A, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what people want to do. We just got to figure out a way to get to it. So there was also mentioned earlier about fair share. The fair share that is going on with the 2 resorts up in Groveland, that money doesn't go to the county. It goes to fire service, law enforcement, and ambulance for the Groveland area. So it would not go into the general fund. It would not go into offsetting services on the north side of the river. So I think it's important to keep that clear as well. The CFD, which was approved by this board, by the previous board, has been approved but hasn't taken into effect. And that CFD, the big issue to be taken into consideration there is that a CFD is for new services. So how many new resorts, how many new homes, how many new whatevers that would go in would have to be built in order to, in time, be able to fund the services that were brought forward. Supervisor Brandon, you mentioned earlier that you thought the CFD was for residential as well as commercial. It was only residential. It was only commercial. It was not residential, and the reason why is because the law is very specific about that. You have to have everybody buy into the residential. So really, the only CFD.
That's incorrect. It could be, but what we
It
discussed
could be, but that's not
was
what you
commercial.
discussed. What you voted on was to move forward with a commercial CFD, not for residential, because legal counsel said you'd have to get a lot of, there's a process for that. I'm not debating whether or not that was what was decided. My point is still the same, is how many new commercial or even residential homes would have to be built, and given the amount of land and the amount of the cost of fire insurance, and the whole thing is all kit and caboodle about that. So the CFD is really not a viable path out of this. The other issue to that is we are hearing that we want to serve fire, we want to serve the community, we want to make sure that it doesn't burn down. And I think that's Supervisor Kirk's unofficial motto, is it doesn't burn down. And I agree with that. And there's no way I will ever vote for removing any services in the Groveland area. It's just not possible. We are on the south side of the river, so remote that you're right. If there's a heart attack up in Evergreen Lodge, it's going to take time. I think someone earlier said it would be about 30 minutes. It's probably more than like 45, depending on where it is. And somebody else mentioned earlier about the snow. You're right. We live in a mountainous community, and so, there's a lot of hurdles of hitting that specific time. But our goal should always be to strive for what's best. With that being said, it was mentioned earlier that some of the people have been on the board for a long time, and yet we keep continually having this discussion about fire and how we're going to continue to pay for it. And last year, there was a very robust discussion about taking money from contingencies to pay for the current fire. And that was a very lively conversation, and it was approved at that time to move forward with taking money out of the contingencies. And yet here we are again. We're talking about removing money from contingencies, and the whole point of having contingencies is our rainy day fund. What happens if? We don't know what we're going to get hit on the Chinese campfire. We don't know what is down the road. Someone made a comment earlier about putting a roof on. Those aren't the priorities. The priority isn't to put a new roof on. The priority is potentially to get things out of, stop paying for rent so we can start bringing it in to our house and start saving those monies. I was against the elevator to nowhere, as it was stated earlier, for that very reason. We in government, not just this board or past boards, but in general, we get ahead of ourselves and we say, okay, well, this is really great. We're going to do that. And I say that because there was another robust discussion about accepting the SAFER grant, and the quote was, when the money runs out, we'll close those stations. That was the quote. The quote was, well, what happens if we don't get this? Well, we'll just close those stations. And no one ever expected the money not to run out. So we can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, I hope we don't lose this money, or we'll keep doing that. And then, the problem with grant funding is eventually we will ultimately absorb that head count or whatever that service is. In this case, we're going to, if we decide to cut something, my position would be the mono station, because it is part-time. And I say that with air quotes because I don't fully understand that, so help me if I get this wrong, but it's not staffed at night because of the living corridors. I want to make sure I'm getting that correct. So that would be the station that I would say that we would have to, because going off of your map on slide 12, there's a lot more fire stations on the 108 corridor than anywhere else in the county.
Correct. It's a 24-hour resource that spends half its day in Mono Village,
Right.
the other half at Mono Vista, but it is available for response all 24 hours.
Now, so my district's a little unusual because obviously I have half of the, I have the south side of the river, and then I have some of the north side of the river into the, the Sonora area. And when I spoke to them about this, now someone asked earlier about having more public input. I've had 2 town hall meetings since this started to come up, and I've asked the constituents in both of those areas what they think. And ultimately, the final decision was They don't want to see any reduction in services. However, if a reduction in services or a station has to close, that would be the one to close because they know on the map that there's a lot more fire resources and availability within that area than there are in like the Groveland area. And to be fair, the Groveland area, just even being as remote as we are, still have more services because of our closeness to Jamestown and others than people all the way up in Strawberry, right? So how do we address that? So it's a very complex issue. But the one thing, something that struck me from a constituent that said, hey, you guys keep getting hammered every month on raises for your employees and taking care of your bottom third and the unions and et cetera like that. So the other side of that too is we have to also consider how are we going to take care of our employees in the future as well. And I'm not in favor of depleting all of our the money in our reserves if we do need to come to a point where we have to negotiate a contract, or we do have to come up with a way to take care of our employees on top of it. So it's a very complex issue. I understand it. I'm not trying to take away from how important of a topic this is, but there comes a point where, as it has been said several times before, we have to live within our means. We have to figure out a way to find the golden egg if it's out there, and I believe the staff knows we can come up with ways if it's a CFD or it's a fair share or what have you. But right now, I think the question before this board will be, are we or are we not going to reduce the fee that our contract, are we going to change our contract with CAL FIRE? And that is here today. And I really wish the letter that was sent in October to the county, we had this conversation sooner so we didn't feel like our back is against the wall. And I appreciate the fire chief for sending the letter saying, hey, it's coming, right? And so that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Holland?
Okay. So I keep hearing about this $776,000. So once and for all, Ryan, it was your policy that did this. On August 5th, you brought it forward. We voted 5-0. That is why we did this. Because you presented, you can nod your head no, but we can play the tape if you want.
I don't know why you keep repeating this. You're
because you keep saying
absolutely
we
wrong.
took their money. If it's
You
wrong,
did.
fine. Okay,
I don't know
I
what
voted
policy
against.
you're referring to.
Well,
I
you
don't
voted
know
yes
either.
for it, Jaron, as well.
On which policy you referring
That if there's any money left over, any contingent fund balance left over in the sheriff's or CAL FIRE, that it will automatically roll back to the general fund. And your exact answer was, because I don't want to have to make a vote that we're moving the money back because it looks like we're defunding them, but really it's just leftover fund balance. And this way it will automatically happen. And if anybody wants to check the record, like Mr. Butler back there, he is welcome to look it up on August 5th. I believe that's when the motion was, since you like to do the research. Or anyone else that wants to. That
I don't
was
know
the
how
motion,
many times
but
I
you
have
keep
to
saying
explain it
this.
to you. I've explained it to you 3 times, and you are willfully distorting what took place.
It's on videotape.
I
We'll watch
voted
it.
against moving $780,000 roughly from fire fund into that fund.
But
It
you
was
did
not-
not. But wait, you did.
It was not my
Sal,
policy.
Let
but
me
you
jump
did make
in
the
real
motion.
quick. We don't
What-
really have a policy specifically on it. I'll just say
Yes.
that if we're talking specifically by name, I think it's fair that there's kind of a, say it response. Otherwise, if we avoid that, I think
Okay.
we're able to get the
So-
full thought out and not get back, because the back and forth can take a lot of time.
They can watch
So
the
let
tape,
me,
right? So
then I'll
that's
just
all.
respond and you can say whatever you want. You're deliberately distorting it. I've explained it to you multiple times in several situations. What I am supportive of is that it's the board that has the ultimate decision over how contingencies are spent, and that it's not the department heads making those suggestions. That's what I said.
That's not what your motion was. Your motion was to remove fund balance at the end of the year from those 2 departments specifically because we're moving them out of the general fund in their
No.
own departments. Okay, well, we'll
You-
just watch the tape. And
You
it's
are distorting it. The intention of that is that the board has the ultimate say over how contingencies are spent.
Okay, we'll let everyone
And at
watch
the end of the day, I mean, you are talking about these board policies and you're interpreting them in these strange ways, but at the end of the day, what we're talking about is whether or not that money should go to fire. And so I feel like you're picking on particular issues to try and undermine my goal that we keep all of the fire stations open, to make it seem like this was somehow my idea when this is absolutely your idea to close fire stations. You are the first one to raise that issue at the board meeting.
Correct.
So don't put that on me. You are the one that has made closing fire stations front and center of this discussion, not me. I am the one that wanted to keep the money in
Correct.
fire fund.
What I bring forward, I'll go ahead and respond
So-
to it. What I bring forward is living within our means, Ryan. Same as you did not even vote for the budget. So you didn't vote to even fund the fire this year. You voted no on the budget. But I guess maybe we forgot about that.
I
too.
voted no because you were cutting fire.
But that's okay. We did not cut fire. Fire is fully funded for the entire year. If anybody wants to research it, all of our budgets are online. Our fire captain center right here, I believe you guys are funded till the end of this fiscal year in full. There were 0 reductions this year.
Fire chief, but yes.
Sorry.
We are funded.
Sorry.
Yes, so we are funded all the way through the end of this fiscal year in July. It becomes next fiscal year that is the issue at hand today.
Okay. So there was a memo put out August 6, 2024 by former Administrator Riggs. It says the board and staff expressed concerns that sustainability of fire services when accepting the SAFER grant, as each know that without new one-time ongoing revenue, such services could not be maintained in the future. Below is an excerpt from the November 2022 memo to the board in which the board approved amendment number 3, which I believe has to do with the SAFER grant. And here's what it reads. Unfortunately, staff is anticipating it will become fiscally challenging and possibly unsustainable to fund the Columbia Station in 24-25, the Groveland Mono Vista in the later part of 25-26. If any of the revenue measures placed on the ballot by the board would have passed, it would have helped tremendously, but unfortunately both failed to send the county government a strong message to live within its means. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in the exact same place outlined in the November 2022 board memo in order to balance the fire budget for 24-25. Staff has maximized the SAFER grant, and the board directed all remaining one-time funding from COVID, LTCF towards funding fire. Additionally, the board approved pulling almost $500,000 from reserves in order to balance. This has been an ongoing problem. And you're right, I did bring it forward because somebody has to say we have to live within our means. The people spoke loudly and clearly on Measure Z that says, we don't want to pay for this. We're not going to pay for this, period. That is what I've been bringing forward. It's not about specifically about fire. How is it politically advantaged to close fire stations? It is not. It is they were grant funded. If we had another department that was grant funded, I'd be saying the same thing. We went through staff reductions this last year by 15%. I don't know, Liz, how are you going to take 5.6% out of the archive budgets? How many employees are there? Yeah, so there's nothing to take. We will not get there. We know this. This room will be completely filled with union members next week saying, well, wait a minute, how are we going to get a raise? None of this math has nothing in taking care of our own employees, which you guys talk about as a priority. So this is about having an adult conversation about just being real. I'm going to share a little bit of our conversation yesterday, so hopefully I hope you don't mind. So me and Chief Cashy had a long conversation on the phone yesterday, and we were talking about this, and I think I've been very consistent in my messaging to you throughout this whole time. It is not about anti-Cal Fire. It's not about making the contract go away. It's actually about making it permanent of what we can afford moving into the future and being responsible. We used to have 2 fire stations 3 years ago or whatever. We're going to double that. But that's what we have to be realistic. If we can maintain 4, we can afford to do that and still run the rest of the government. We still have other responsibilities beyond just this. If we take any more money out of, I don't know, Canaan's department, how are they going to get out the tax bills to collect the tax money? We made a reduction. They came back and said, we can't even get the filings done, and we gave them back a staff member. And now we're going to tell them we're going to take away more staff members? Because that's only where there's a place to cut is in bodies. And I just think it's not realistic or honest to say, in someone's words, we're going to punt this down the road and say, well, we'll find the money. We're not going to. And I'm pretty sure if we found the money and I called Chief Cashy and said, hey, in 60 days, can we restaff a fire truck? I bet you could probably find the people to do it. If we had a realistic money and we had the thing to go. But that's not where we're at.
I'd have to go through the meet and confer process through the labor union to answer that question specifically.
But typically it's easier to add than subtract, I would say.
I'd have to ask Mario there. But we are bound that any contractual obligation, this comes from an arbitration ruling in court, that any contractual changes to our LG1s or our cooperative agreements have to have a meet and confer with labor. Now, specifically, one of the things to acknowledge is if you vote to get rid of 6 positions, we have to notice employees, we have to determine where they're going to go, we have to find positions that are open for them, and it's an extremely long process that it takes, even just for 6, believe it or not. That's where these timelines come into play.
So part of my conversation with Chief Cashy yesterday was, again, it's about finding long-term sustainability. He told me, as long as he's been fire chief, he shows up a couple times a year to have to justify, he feels like he has to show up to justify their contract and the expenditures.
I can speak for myself if you want anything you want me to say from yesterday's conversation.
It just, and what I expressed to him was, this is to get them, I don't want to say off the chopping block, but to get them off the conversation. That basically we can sustain this. I mean, this is what me and you were talking about.
The question was, is I believe if I'm referencing is this, if you came with, this is your budget for 4 engines to continue on and now go run the fire department, you don't have to come back before us again, but this is your budget. Is that better than just extending it to come back before the board and try to explain why we should stay at 5, continuing down the line? This takes extreme amount of time. That's why Nathan and I are here. But every time we have to come and try to build value in your fire department outside of knowing that this is the minimum staffing, it does take away our ability to go run your fire department, right? Because we're here again, talking about the same issue. In the 8 years that I've been coming through the boardroom as your fire chief, there hasn't been a year where we haven't talked about cuts specifically. So for us, in the adult conversation that you're referencing, without emotion, I understand that it is a numbers issue. I just need to know what the numbers are, and that's what I need from your board.
So yes, I have been bringing it up because of this reason. It's because we need to live within our means, period. We have other responsibilities, not just 1 item, 2 items. We have a whole bunch of other departments. We have other employees. If I've sat and had long conversations with Mario about how do we come up with more revenue with, you know, going to, was it ambulance calls and stuff, or not ambulance calls, but like car wrecks and charging fees. And once we could prove we can do that and we could start bringing money in, we could talk about adding stuff. But we have to be sustainable. That is what the people want to see. They're tired of watching us just do nothing, I guess, or spending recklessly. Like, I'll point to my favorite elevator across the street. That is still biting us in the ass because now all the ACs are ripped out. And we can't move county departments that are paying rent to private people into our own buildings to save us that money, so we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. People want to see a change, and I think this is what we need to do. And if I get outvoted, I get outvoted. But I'm going to bring up that issue every chance we have to say, look, these are grant funded. If the sheriff, do you have grant funded positions that are ran out now that we could hack up?
Thank you, Supervisor. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. Just to answer that question, I've heard my name come up several times regarding grant-funded positions. In the past, we did have extensive grants. They were specifically through CalMet and other types of federal narcotics grants, also with the state. If you remember that TNT at one point before it existed today, existed at one point in the past. When those funds ran out, that team went away. Right now, we do have partially funded boating enforcement type funds that we get from the state. Those are partial, but again, the narrative, as I said at the last time I spoke in front of all of you, is that the 2 positions that we added paid for by special revenue. If those special revenues go away, we have a big problem, and those positions essentially would have to go away. That answer your question?
Yeah. Point being, I've had this conversation with the sheriff. And if he has grant positions that have gone away and we're still funding them, that needs to come in, and he's told me it has not. If it's not true, tell me. I'm the first one to sit down and have that conversation with him. So just like I've had the conversations with Mario, the CAL FIRE contract is not going to go anywhere. It's secure. It's just about what we can reasonably afford, and the people have told us we have to live within our means. It's been very clear. Every tax measure has failed. Every one of them. We need to live within our means. And that's what I think we're trying to do here. So.
Chair, do you mind if I make a comment to that?
Sure.
And then
Supervisor
motion?
Kirk.
I imagine a world someday where we will do priority budgeting where law enforcement, fire, roads, parks and recs, and visitors bureau are not part of the conversation. And if it really came down to it, law enforcement, fire, roads. I don't think they should be part of our conversations because that is a constitutional obligation of any government to provide for the safety and security of its constituents. Go read the California Constitution. If you haven't, I don't know what you're doing being up here. So that being said, I am going to make a motion that we fund the current CAL FIRE contract as is and into the future, and that SAF go back and they don't make cuts to law enforcement, obviously fire, roads, the Visitors Bureau, Parks and Recs, and the library. And that whatever that 5.6% is, the leeway that you would have, Liz, is to within the other departments. So obviously some departments may not be able to give, some may be able to give a little bit more to cover that. That's my motion.
I just want to clarify that your board is making direction to staff to bring this back in the recommended budget.
That would
It's
be
not
my
taking
direction.
actual budget.
And I think we're maybe using the vote as a just way for us to figure out, not an official vote, but just to clarify direction. Supervisor Kirk, my only kind of concern with that is it's so broad that is kind of redoing a lot of the budget, or we're talking more about the fire item. Is it possible we could basically the same exact thing, but then bring back the revenue-specific options to fire? Or did you want it to be expansive to the entire organization, minus those?
I think no matter what, we can still have revenue, but the revenue suggestions I heard from you are CFD and tax measures, which the constituents have voted down. So I don't know
There's
what
others. I didn't use time into it. I could expand, but
So
I think you said it well, is we've had a lot of conversations and staff, I've had the same. I've sat with Mario, sat with chiefs, I sat with Roger and Liz and everybody. We've all had those. There's a few of those options, and I'd like to see them be back with numbers of what that would look like and then get public comment on it. I didn't go through the list.
So I made that, my recommendation is, and I'm not wavering, so that's my recommendation.
But I don't think that changes the action that we have to, right? I think we have a deadline. The deadline isn't where are we going to find it to fund it. The deadline is, are we going to not fund it or what have you? That's the deadline.
Well, may I make a second recommendation? Again, this is,
See,
we're
there's a
just,
second to his motion first.
yeah. To that, we kind of have two parts, and you're right. One is, do we continue the current contract, or do we modify it for some type of reduction? You're recommending we continue it. I think the second is, the second half, what do we do if
Yeah, my motion is done.
if we don't modify this contract, then we do?
So I put
Is
forth a motion.
is that fair?
I think the cleanest thing is I put forth a motion or whatever legal wants to call it, and if somebody wants to second it, you can second or third it. Let's do this.
All right. I don't hear a second.
So
I
have
would
a
make a motion, yeah.
So
Okay.
if
Supervisor
I could,
Campbell.
Chair Brandon, so my motion would be to fund status quo fire agencies, including all five fire stations, to direct staff to find ways to pay for that, inclusive of Supervisor Kirk's suggestion, inclusive of his suggestion, but not exclusive to that.
So it's not the same.
That would be my motion.
Yeah. And I agree, I'd second that. And I think it's very similar. That's what I was trying to get. I
It's
just
not
didn't
similar at
explain
all,
it well.
because you guys are gonna go after our priorities.
No.
Point of clarification for Supervisor Campbell.
Not doing it.
Are you also stating that you want, I guess the problem is I understand what your motion is. I think we're leaving it open-ended, and I think we
No.
just need to tell the staff either to take it out of contingencies.
What
or
our
not.
fire chief needs to know is, does the Board of Supervisors plan to fund all fire stations? That's what the community wants to know.
Then that should be your
The
motion.
answer is, for me, is yes.
Okay.
Now,
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Okay. You know what?
Your motion, as I understand it, is that you wish to have the motion to fund as is, and then in the future, we have a discussion about future funding.
well, because that's the thing that I think that we're not agreeing to right now, is we're not agreeing about how to do it. I think there is a majority support.
No, I agree
And,
with you.
and as a point of order, the motion and voting is more us just using a process. We are giving less structured direction, but I think on do we amend the contract or do we keep the current contract? That is the main point we are discussing. And then the next is what your motion encompasses. If we maintain the contract, bring back options, which includes fund balance.
Right, but my point is that he still has to make a decision. If he hears anything other than we're funding it fully, then
Right.
he has to go to his
I'm saying the
people.
first is, does the contract change? If the
Right, so
contract
that is-
does not
so that-
change and we
so
have
keep it clean
2.8,
and let that be the motion.
and that's what he said, we would then bring back, including fund balance, which you mentioned, what are the options to make that meet? Is that fair? I think you're saying the same thing.
So
And I second and agree with that.
I don't think you were looking for direction on the sustaining the contract, right? You were just looking for funding for the fire stations. And then,
Correct.
So-
I believe if I'm hearing the discussion appropriately, you're wondering if I need to know the how of the matter today. I just need to know,
Right.
is your intent to alter the current agreement to reduce? Or If you say, no, we're going forward, then from this point, and just very transparent, our cooperative agreement timelines would then apply to any altering of the agreement into the future.
And,
So
and to clarify, this was an ad
Supervisor
hoc,
Brennan,
wait, it was an
my
ad hoc
motion
committee.
stands.
I know, wait, one second.
It
I'm-
addresses all the things the chief brought up, so
I
my
agree.
motion stands.
This is for the board, that this isn't a department-brought item. It's a report out from a committee, which of course was about fire and with fire. The first bit obviously is what is a recommendation, but it is not exclusive to that. So I think it is fair what your motion is, which is bringing back additional options. We don't have, it's not narrow like some of the other things we've had where it's only the contract. That is one of the items. So I've seconded that. I agree. We can do kind of a voice vote if we're
I'll
fine
make
with
a counter
that.
motion, Jaron, that we reduce it by one truck, one service, to live within our means.
Okay. Is there a second? So that would be amending the contract to reduce one station, one truck. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. We'll
So can I
call
be-
the,
Can I be clear? So my motion for those 5 and the contingencies has died?
there wasn't a second.
Okay, there was no second.
Yeah.
Just so everybody clear, in the room is clear.
So we will take a vote on that. To be clear, that's the vote, I think, which was the amendment recommendation, correct?
So,
Did you-
hold on.
Did you identify which station?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say.
We leave
Thank
that
you, I
to
caught
them.
myself. So I'm in favor of, as I said earlier, if we're going to stay within our means, yes, we need to reduce it by one station, but I think we needed to define what that station is. I'm in favor of reducing it by a station. I'm not obviously gonna vote for reducing it by the Groveland station, or the Columbia station, I'm assuming is what Supervisor Brandon would advocate for, so.
It'd be Mona Vista, which seems like that's the topic. Mona Vista, right? Yeah. Mona Vista.
Okay, so the motion would be the reduction by one station or engine, specifically station, let's see, I got it, it's 56, yeah, right? And there's a second by Supervisor Griefer.
Yes.
We'll just do like I said, this is an informal vote. It's not a formal motion, but it's so we give more clear direction that's specific. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Okay, all those opposed? No?
No.
All right, so the motion for that, the direction passes 3 to the reduction and 2 opposed.
Thank you.
with that. Thank you. Now,
Thank you.
this is to get back, this is not a normal item where that was just us figuring out direction. Do we want this to come back with any of the other things discussed, like what Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Campbell had mentioned?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We still have to have the discussion of how we're going to.
Hey, please, sorry, and I know this is an emotional matter too, but we try to keep that fair to every single item that comes before the board. But we will adjourn this after a little bit. Please. And I can explain the point of order on it, that we have in our policies, you can do a substitute motion, which then is voted on first, and that's a parliamentary procedure thing. I'm happy to show you the book after. All to say is, it sounds like, and Supervisor Holland, is there also interest in having a thing come back talking about some of these other options? And, wait, please. Roger and Liz, I just wanted to check, do you have clear direction on, I think the component is the contract amendment, and then bringing back a discussion of revenue options?
Yeah, absolutely. And why are we discussing revenue options if we just cut a fire station? Oh, I mean, without the fire station, there's
We
no
are in the
revenue
middle of
issue,
the
is there?
fire fee study that I was updated on yesterday. We'll have a draft by the end of January. We'll be coming back to the board in March with a fire fee study recommending a lot of the options that were mentioned, like lift assist and fire fees in other areas, medical aids, all sorts of stuff, so.
But we also still have to address the fact that we're going to be increasing to a 3.0 in the next 3 to 5 years as well.
And there are other costs at the county. So
Yeah, exactly.
all to say
Right.
is, I'm in support of us still having that conversation. It sounds
Absolutely.
like there's consensus on that. Staff, do you have all the direction you need on this item?
Yes.
Okay.
you
So
take
with
a 10-minute
that,
break?
we're going to close our 9 a.m. appointment. Let's do a 5-minute break to 12:52. And then if it's all right with the board, I think we should probably just hammer out our 12s and not take a lunch, even though it is kind of late. Is that fine? Okay. All right, thank you. We're reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting at 12:54. I know that we're a little late on lunch. In the interest of folks who have been here eagerly waiting for the 12 p.m. appointments, we're going to hop right into 1 and 2 of those, and then we'll just adjourn the meeting afterwards. That way you don't have to wait for another hour or do anything like that. So with that, if our clerk can read item 12, appointment number 1.
12 p.m. 1, election of the chair and vice chair of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne for 2026.
All right, great. Well, it's that time of year. My year's up. I just wanted to say kind of in closing on this that, and I'll try to keep it short, which, is hard for me. This has been a really long year. We've had a huge amount of organizational change, leadership change on the dais. We've had new board members that are joining. We have a change in the admin office, and it's definitely been tough. I want to say that as chair, my intent this past year has always been to make sure this is a fair space and it's a respectful space, and that we're focusing on the business of the people of the county and making this a stronger organization in the long run. And we are never, as 5 political people representing very different districts, going to agree on everything. But I think that is something that we should agree on, is that these spaces, we need somebody that is only first among equals, helping to manage these conversations, but to make sure that everybody is heard, whether they win in the vote, whether they get their way or not, that everybody is respected, because we have a great responsibility upon us, not just as board members, but in any leadership role of this. So it's been a privilege, and I thank my colleagues on here for allowing me to serve this past year. Hopefully it hasn't been too bad. And with that, I will be, upon this vote, ending my term as chairman of the Board of Supervisors. So Supervisor Griefer had mentioned, I think we'll go first with this item into any maybe comments that are here. I would like to do public comment before we might get into any motions for that. So Supervisor Griefer.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So I have a prepared statement. So my fellow board members and members of the community, in December of last year, Supervisor Campbell came to me and asked if it was true that I had stated that I was going to be seeking the chair of our organization. I explained to Supervisor Campbell then, as I'm going to tell you now, the exact same statement. I do not believe that it is in the best interest of the county for a sitting supervisor who is running for re-election is also the chair of the same organization. It has nothing to do with Supervisor Campbell being a good leader or a bad leader or the ability to manage a meeting. It has everything to do with optics. There is a general concern that the chair may also be making decisions which might be questionable whether or not it is in the best interest of the election for that individual or in the best interest of the county. I hold Supervisor Campbell with the highest degree of respect. I do not believe that his ethics has ever been questioned. However, I do believe that, strongly I do believe, that the individual running the organization while running for the same position does muddy the waters. Our governing documents state that this chair shall rotate. It does not say from vice chair to chair or even by district number. If it was by district number, meaning it went from District 3 to District 4 and so forth, that was fouled when Supervisor Brandon was skipped. That item additionally was discussed in one of the recent grand jury reports. Also, there's a history within this organization of supervisors who were up for re-election, who are also up for being the chair, have declined that position. Additionally, there have been supervisors who were up for election who chose to be the chair at that same time. The chair does not get any extra privilege, does not get any extra pay or vote being able to push or set in a policy. Or the chair signs documents and runs meetings. To be completely transparent, and the reason why I brought it up earlier that I explained this to Supervisor Campbell is because I said the exact same thing to Supervisor Kirk. My concern was that I would be violating the Brown Act. I did not speak in detail with Supervisor Kirk or Supervisor Campbell this matter other than the one time that he and I spoke. The reason I bring this up is Supervisor Holland has stated from day one he has no desire to be the board chair, and Supervisor Brandon is ineligible. Thus, that left myself. I cannot and I will not vote for Supervisor Campbell as chair, not because of his inability or ability to run a neutral meeting, but because of the perception that it casts across our county. If Supervisor Campbell wishes to be the chair, then he may announce that he is no longer going to seek re-election, and I will gladly support him for being chair. This is not about politics. This is about what I feel is in the best interest for the people of our county, as well as the concerns that have been expressed to me by members of all 5 districts about the perception of politics being played with the chair and its agenda. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we are kind of at the board discussion. I'll hand it over to Supervisor Campbell if you.
Well, I don't have a prepared statement, but my recollection of that conversation, because I did confront you, I'd had different staff members say that you were talking to them about wanting to be chair. And I brought that issue up to you because I said that the board saw fit to elect me vice chair this year. Typically, the rotation is that whoever serves as the vice chair becomes chair. I don't recall you ever mentioning your issue with the chairman being up for reelection as your guiding factor. I think you raised some issues about how you wanted to conduct the board retreats and committee appointments. I don't ever remember you bringing up that issue. Maybe my memory doesn't serve me well, but that certainly wasn't the central issue when I asked you about that. I think that a lot has been made out of this, and really it's kind of funny that you say it's not political, because it seems like if you're making this assertion that the person who serves as chair is somehow able to use that position to improve their chances of being reelected, that is quintessentially a political reason. So I really just don't agree with that perspective. And I think that you're making it a little bit harder than it needs to be. I've served as chair many times. There have been many board members that have served as chair during elections in our county and other counties. This is a pretty standard practice. I've never heard anybody raise an issue similar to the issue that you're raising. So it seems that, I don't know, it's just kind of a strange thing to apply to this, and it's really a shame that this selection of a board chair has become kind of this political hot button, because it didn't used to be that way. It used to just be we're electing one of our colleagues to run the meetings and operate in a way that's collegial, and I feel that I've proven I can do that. And the other statement is that Chair Brandon is not eligible. He's absolutely. We could absolutely elect Chair Brandon to be chair again for a second year. So I think being aware of the rules and the governing document that kind of guides the discussion on the board is a really important thing. I've tried to be really well versed on those things, and I would be honored to serve as chair. But obviously, I work here at the pleasure of our community and the voters, and at my colleagues on the board. And so it is ultimately up to the Board of Supervisors to choose a chairman amongst our number. And I wholeheartedly agree that that is the process. And I think that any of the five of us would be capable of doing that.
So in line with our board procedures, I have surrendered the gavel to the clerk, who will act in this meeting as chair pro tem, just to conduct the election once we get to the voting.
And I was going to bring that up, but I didn't want to.
I did it. I got it. No, we haven't always done that, but we got that happen. So just speaking as a member on this, we do a policy that it is to be rotated around generally that has been numerically. I will throw out that I believe objective criteria for who should be chair. It does make sense, but I think they should be listed in the manual. When we create criteria, but we do so on the spot, there's always going to be perceived bias of why now. And I think there is just as much why now that says this is politicizing it as others saying this is a good idea in those kind of coming in. I know historically, and looking back through some of the years, 4 of the 7, I think of the previous years, the chair or vice chair, sometimes both, were in an active re-election campaign, whether in the first or second year of that. And that was not uncommon, and it was not controversial, and there was not a rule against it, and there is no rule currently against it. And I know that members on this board have consistently voted for those in almost every single case who were there during that period of time. So my recommendation would be it's worth discussing. It should be, though, a rule. I've heard similarly maybe supervisors in their first year, and this is not specific to this board. I hear this say, well, maybe that's not the person who should be chair. Again, that makes some sense, but if we implement that, it should be in here. As you mentioned, I was passed over once. It is something that creates unnecessary bitterness. I've definitely tried to put the good of the organization ahead of that decision. I worry if we're not following something that is very clear-cut and very objective, we will end up in situations where what should be a passing of the baton to manage the meeting, purely responsibility, as you mentioned, will lose some of that luster, will be more negative than it has been, and will be repeating what I felt kind of happened to me. The numerical system is objectively fair. So my recommendation will be that I would be not ineligible to serve. I would say that I would not choose or seek to serve in either position unless it was a unanimous decision of the board to go be the chair, vice chair. It's unclear if the reelection thing is moved forward. Then with two that are running for reelection, one that doesn't want to, am I vice chair again? I don't know. But I'm certainly not seeking to be chair or vice chair again, though with consensus I'd be willing to, but that's it. So those are my comments fully. I think we should stay with our current and discuss this at our workshop if we'd like to change those rules, and then forever do it that way. Supervisor Holland? Sorry, and I was trying to make eye contact. I kept looking when you guys were not looking, so.
So we making motions or what are we doing?
I think we're just
We're just
doing
giving-
comments. If you have comments, then I believe we'll be doing public comment. Thank you. I think she's a great chair emeritus. Nicole for chair. No, I think we're just doing discussion, then we'll do public comment, and then hand it over to Nicole for any motions on making approvals, if that's fine. So Supervisor Holland?
Yeah, I know Supervisor Campbell approached me after the ad hoc meeting, asked me for support. I believe I told you the same thing, that I didn't think that that's just my personal opinion, that when you're running for office, shouldn't be chair, but maybe that's where the conversation occurred. Anyways, that's all. We can have public comment and then get on to whatever.
Supervisor Kirk? Okay. Nicole, would you like to open up public comment? We call this voluntold.
If any members of the public would like to address the board and make a comment, please come up. You'll have 3 minutes.
Crushed it.
Good afternoon, Elaine Hagan, Tuolumne. I wrote all of you supervisors my thoughts as to retaining the current chair rotation. I have not changed my position. Mr. Griefer was the only one that did respond, and his position is that supervisors that are currently running should not be chair. Half of the time, somebody's going to be running, somebody's going to be vice chair, and it's like apolitical to say, I will never run. I just think we should retain the other thing. And I don't know if it's your contention that Supervisor Campbell or any future chair would say, hey, the agenda is vote for me. We will have no other items on the agenda except which reflect excellently for my district. Mr. Griefer and I had a conversation when you first started. We had several long telephone conversations, and you asked me to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I did. I encouraged other people to do so. I ignored some things. However, to be honest, sir, I've been deeply disappointed by your online behavior, by your comments and your inability to recognize all peoples as being important. Deeply disappointed. It's not the behavior that I want to see from a board member, much less the chair. The chair represents the county. The county chair is the person that we look to as the voice of our county. And your online comments deeply detract from that. Mr. Campbell has the experience, the temperament to be the chair, and I think we should respect the process.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Oh, sorry. Nicole, you got to say good afternoon.
Oh, afternoon, Nicole. It is understood that the board is considering changing the rotation of the chair appointment under a new made-up rule that the sitting chair shouldn't be running for re-election. This has never been a rule, nor has it ever been voted on. As a matter of fact, Supervisor Brennan, Supervisor Handel, and Supervisor Gray all held chair positions while running for the re-election. It's no secret that Steve Griefer is vying for the chair position, though I'm sure the majority of the board here was hoping that would stay quiet until the vote. Considering this board's track record since the new board has taken over, the mass exodus of county employees, and the overall staff unsatisfaction, it would be a much wiser decision to have a chair with more than 1 year's experience who is known to be level-headed and not divisive. The first bullet point in the Board of Supervisors Code of Conduct is to treat staff and the public as valued customers. Supervisor Griefer has proven through his social media posts and comments that he does not value any constituent that does not see eye to eye with him politically. In the Supervisor's Code of Ethics, it states that they treat all people with respect, sensitivity, compassion in all situations are held in an ethical manner, or handled in an ethical manner. I don't think that screenshotting residents' social media posts and demonizing them and a whole political party is sensitive or ethical. Supervisor Griefer has shown that in a time when other supervisors are trying to reach across the aisle, promote conversation, and tone down political rhetoric, that he prefers to sow division and partisanship. I think if the board's going to make up new arbitrary rules, the new rules should be that if you demonize and attack a constituent on social media, that you should be censured and not sit on committees nor be chair of the board.
Thank you.
I am Emily Pardee, Tuolumne County resident from District 3. Thank you, supervisors, for your service to your districts and to our county. I have been coming to these meetings for a year now, and I deeply appreciate the complexity of the job. In your governance manual, the section covering the board chair election on page 35 says, "It is the policy of this Board of Supervisors that the office of the chair and vice chair shall be rotated among the members. Because the chair has responsibility for establishing the agenda of board meetings, this is a wonderful way to make certain, this rotation is a wonderful way to make certain that the concerns of each district of our county have equal access to the focused attention of the board. I strongly support this precedent. Since 2021, and I've only been coming to these meetings for a year, and there's a whole lot of factual stuff that I haven't dug out yet. But since 2021, the chair rotation each year has been District 2, District 3, District 4, District 1, District 5. If we accept that as the permutation, clearly it is time for a return of District 2 to the chair's position. But there has been some fuss about whether a supervisor who is running for re-election should be excluded from serving as chair. What nonsense! Government at all levels of these United States, including the president, is full of campaigning incumbents who hold all sorts of positions of leadership. This is a normal in government by elected officials. Prove me wrong. In fact, the current supervisor of District 2, Ryan Campbell, has a proven track record of effective leadership and a deep understanding of the workings of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. I strongly support adhering to precedent and electing him chair. Thank you for this attention to this matter.
Thank you.
Hello again, Shelley Muniz. And first I want to thank Supervisor Brandon for your service as chair. You've done a great job. As all here are aware, our local Board of Supervisors represents resident interests when decision-making, just as the United States Constitution is critical when making decisions on a federal level. Local public meeting rules and regulations are critical and must be followed by all members of our board. Like many here today, I'm deeply concerned about your upcoming choice for board chair. It is more important than ever that you guide our county without prejudice or partiality. If we can't come together locally, what chance do we have federally or on the world stage? You must choose someone as your chair who can keep a clear head, maintain a calm demeanor, listen with unbiased, earnest, and vote not only for the betterment of peoples in his district, but for the county as a whole. Your vote counts right here, right now. Please make a thoughtful and credible choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Barbara Savory. I'm a longtime resident. I support the numerical rotation, and I support Ryan Campbell as your next chairperson. We have been established as a government of laws, including this county. That system of law provides predictability, fairness, and trust. The opposite of a system of laws is chaos, which yields the opposite. The Board of Supervisors has rules regarding rotation of the chair position. These rules provide predictability, fairness, and encourage trust. There is a procedure for amending these rules should you find them inadequate. That procedure is to provide notice to the public of your intent to amend them, describe the amendment, and then take and consider public comment before voting on them. You are not following that procedure by simply changing the rules of succession and skipping over Ryan Campbell because he is running for re-election. Nothing in the existing rules allows you to do that. And it is unfair, unpredictable, and destroys trust for you to do that. To simplify, you are changing the monopoly rules in the middle of the game, and you can't do that. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors and members of the public. People keep talking about how there are rules, and rules are important. I think what matters more is effectiveness in getting things done. This year, I believe we've seen a mass exodus of employees of the old guard per se, and I think we're starting to see positive changes in a philosophy of living within our means. Personally, I think the grand jury reports over the past few years have been very concerning, and I am personally opposed to anybody that was involved with the board during those times being the board chair. The rotation is a good idea, but it's one of those things where the best person for the job should be the person put there, and I think living within your means is the best way to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kevin Wilson. Regarding Ryan Campbell, I'm going to ask you to resign, just like I ask your wife every time. As if you try and get on the board of as the chair, how many stuff are you going to have to resign because of where your wife sits? We know that she lies. We know that you lie with the state paperwork that we have that has come down. I will make that copies publicly available to anybody that asks that you guys were found to be guilty, that you guys cannot sit where you guys sit, as when you were on the board with child support. You're overseeing that board, and what concerns me is, as all the committees and the different groups that you work with, how much stuff are you going to have to recuse yourself off of that, and how can you fully do the job underneath because of where your wife sits and the massive corruption that we have going out of there? The grand jury reports are also very concerning. We know there was a lot more to that. It's still going on. My committees are still working around the clock to try and get you and your wife out of here. I work with the committee. We do record with inside the courtrooms. You know, you guys can dump all the money you guys want to in anti-drug and anti-child abuse, but when we have the main family court judge out there supporting that stuff, which we do have on video, which we are planning on releasing here very soon, it's just concerning, you know, where we're going to go with that. It just concerns me right now, too, that you can do the least amount of work out of everybody up here with the committees due to you guys will openly lie about saying that it's not a conflict of interest. Then we have to send paperwork up to the state or federal level, and then it gets kicked back down that you got, and then you have to exit a board. So just like on child support, you guys both lied multiple times. Your wife lied multiple times. It was not a conflict of interest. My case included, along with a lot of others. The state did agree with us on that when we were pushing for the federal stuff. I think it's time for you and your wife to both, like I said, resign, move on. We keep working on that. We've had, 14 government officials now resign. And I think that the cleanup process is still going on. Just like Steve has said when I've talked to him, it's time for the board to rebuild trust. I don't think we can fully rebuild the trust yet because there's still a lot of stuff left over from the ongoing investigations, from the grand jury reports, stuff not being factual and put out there to the public. So that's just my concern. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Brooks. I am the District 2 candidate for this year. I don't think Ryan Campbell should be the chair because over the past couple of years, myself and a lot of constituents have reached out to try to get property cleared over by Salisburyville Elementary School. There's a crosswalk where kids are almost hit daily and nothing is done. I've talked to other constituents where they've reached out to Supervisor Campbell and nothing has been done. Doesn't matter if it's work, road work, or brush clearing. It's just a history of nothing. And same with the history of you guys. Look at your track record. It's not going very well. We need new ideas. We need people saying no, because you guys have been told yes too many times. You keep the status quo, which is just complete bullshit. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, board. I'm Patty Irvin. I'm a resident of Willow Springs, and I'm going to pull from an email I sent to each board member yesterday. So my understanding is that the only reason that we're here talking about this is the idea that a person that is running for re-election is not eligible to be a member of the chair of the board. That has never been a rule either here or in as someone mentioned, in governance in general. All the time, there are people that are up for re-election that are sitting in very important political positions. So it just seems really bogus. So hold on one second here, I'm very nervous. So if this happens, I mean, that really, to use that as a reason to bypass a chair appointment that's scheduled, it is scheduled. We have an orderly process in this county, and that has been followed. And for that to be bypassed is an unfair representation of constituents. The residents of each county, of each district, deserve to have their own representative in the chair seat at the appropriate time, according to the county guidelines. All Tuolumne County residents deserve balanced responsibility and shared governance and shared responsibility by the people we have elected. We have elected to represent us. This end is accomplished by the orderly processes laid out by the county's posted guidelines. I live in Salisburyville, and I'm a resident of District 2. It's time for my representative on the board, Ryan Campbell, to represent us as chairperson. It's the time in the cycle. Supervisor Campbell is experienced. He has a strong understanding of county issues and consistently puts the needs of Tuolumne County residents first. I strongly object to this challenge to his appointment. It appears to be, frankly, it appears to be nothing more than a partisan power grab, couched in a flimsy excuse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is not a game. For too long, our government has been treated like everyone's personal game board, but those days are quickly coming to an end. The game tables are being flipped. Taking turns, equity, and being polite are for monopoly and waiting in line at the grocery store, not for government. We need merit-based leaders, not ones chosen because of who they know, how much virtue signaling they do, and whether or not it's their turn. For 30 years, I've run 2 businesses simultaneously. I know how to get things done. I've hired, trained, and worked with hundreds of people. I've been very successful, thanks to God. And I know what leadership does and does not look like. And Ryan, I'm sorry, but I would not hire you to lead my dog on a walk. I was building the largest housing development in your district during most of your tenure as supervisor. Meanwhile, Samir was building the largest commercial project in your district. I've watched you sit there and try to claim yourself as a champion of housing and business, and yet you did nothing for us other than ignore us. Samir's exact word when I asked him about you was useless. Ironic, because I've heard that exact word from many people in your district. He and I have invested millions of dollars in this county, providing housing, goods and services, and jobs. You should have been aligning yourself with us and other people who get things done. Instead, you've aligned yourself with indivisible individuals who say vile things and celebrate the death of people and dream about our president being killed. For 3.5 years, I've sat through many meetings, even some of the 3-day-long workshops. All I've seen from you is voting for the status quo every time, looking bored out of your mind, and acting confused every time there is something you disagree with. Well, I don't want someone who is confused, even if it is an act. Steve and Mike, with Anaya's help, have done more to help solve the huge problems of this county in 1 year than you have done for your entire tenure. I will do everything in my power to make sure that not only do you not sit in that seat, but that you don't sit in any of them. As for the rest of you, don't fall for the turn-taking DEI BS. It's been destroying our country. Vote accordingly and have a nice day.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Abbott, and I don't have anything prepared for today, so I'm just speaking off the cuff. I agree what people said, that there's absolutely no precedent to change the rules, right? Ryan Campbell has done a fantastic job, even just today, of being eloquent, intelligent, compassionate, listening to the people. This morning, I heard a great number of people speak in favor of keeping our fire station open. Majority of people asked, please. It's terrifying for us. Our insurance rates will go up, right? Mr. Grafer voted against it. I want someone who represents me as a constituent to listen to what I have to say. And just this morning is a prime example of Mr. Grafer completely ignoring what the public had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully I'm last. I'm a tough act to follow. In 2024, there were an estimated 1.4 million LGBTQ business owners in the United States, contributing $1.7 trillion annually to the U.S. economy, while the LGBTQ community spends more than $917 billion annually on goods and services. This tourism decline is attributed to, in part, an unstable federal government, resulting in the inclusion of the United States on the Civicus National Human Rights Watch list, which has negatively impacted tourism-reliant states like California and counties like Tuolumne. According to the World Travel and Tourism Council, the United States is on target for a catastrophic $12.5 billion loss in international travel for 2025, which is a 22% decline from the sector's 2019 peak. Closer to home, visitcalifornia.com reported 2024 travel spending in California was $157.3 billion, a 3% increase over 2023, with Tuolumne County at plus 0.3% and Calaveras County at minus 0.1%, representing the most minimalist increase in tourism growth and the most consistent long-term tourism decline, respectively. This decline is attributed to an unstable xenophobic U.S. government, a self-inflicted trade war, and the inclusion of the U.S. on the Civicus National Human Rights Watch List, which has negatively impacted tourism-reliant states like California. As I have said, this situation is expected to lead to severe economic consequences with potential long-term recovery challenges. The vile and deplorable comments I addressed earlier today, made by your Tuolumne political colleague, is now a priority and inescapable campaign issue for any of you who are seeking re-election.
I had no idea. Supervisor Griefer has made this a partisan issue about a board that is nonpartisan. And Supervisor Kirk, I encourage you to be partisan.
Thank you.
I have to say, I'm actually stunned. Sometimes I think you all can't sink any lower, and then you surprise me. This is basically a ceremonial post, and everybody takes their turn. And as I recall from my history coming into this room, Randy Hamvelt was the only one that gave up his potential chairmanship because he was running for re-election, but he was also involved with RCRC, and he just didn't think that would be a good use of his time. I don't recall anyone else stepping down because they were running for re-election. And it doesn't really matter who's the board chair, because all of you have absolutely no respect and the utmost disdain I see on a regular meeting basis for the public and what we have to say. And you proved that today with beyond a shadow of a doubt. So right now, I think you're all just a bunch of horses patoots. And this has just really made me sick to my stomach.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to make a comment? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for discussion and or motion for vote.
So with that, I think traditionally, outgoing chair would make a nomination, and I'm proud to of friend and colleague, my vice chair, Supervisor Ryan Campbell, to be the incoming chair for the next year. I make that motion.
I will accept that motion and make a second.
Make a counter motion that we put Steve as chair. Supervisor Griefer.
I'll second.
So Nicole, you do the second motion first, and then if that fails, then you do the first motion.
Okay. So Supervisor Holland has called for a motion that Supervisor Griefer will be the chair, and Supervisor Kirk has seconded that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, so the motion passes with 3-2.
So,
5-minute break.
And I believe.
now you would pass
Yeah.
the gavel to.
No.
Chairman
I believe the whole election is conducted by the clerk.
Oh, okay.
So now we would have the vice chair.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so bring it back for a motion for the vice chair.
I do not want vice chair.
Well,
I think it's time someone else did it. I nominate Supervisor Holland.
Second.
do you
Okay.
accept?
Okay, all in favor for Supervisor Holland to be the vice chair? please say aye.
Aye.
I guess.
All opposed?
I'm going to abstain.
And abstain. Thank you. So the motion passes 4-0-1.
We still got shit to do. Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Supervisor Brandon, before we take a break.
There we go.
All right, I'm off.
Supervisor Brandon, before we break though, the staff wanted to thank you very much for your services last year. It's been a very interesting year to say the least, and Nicole has something for you.
Oh.
Now you use it?
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. That's sweet.
On pressure.
All right, well, you want to adjourn the meeting?
We have other stuff, don't we?
Number 2.
Do we?
2 more items.
Oh,
We have also
do.
12 p.m. too.
all right.
So why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Okay, we're gonna recess for 5 minutes at
1:40, please.
Until 1:40.
Sharon. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Supervisor Holland can join us when he joins us. All right, we have 2 items left. The item number 2 of our 12 p.m. appointment. Go ahead and read that, please.
Item number 2, consideration of providing a list of priority transportation projects to the Tuolumne County Transportation Council for their strategic planning workshop.
I'm sorry, I was referring to item number 2 of the 12 o'clock appointments. My opening day jitters, we'll get it.
12 p.m. 2, consideration of approving the proposed chairs appointments to the Board of Supervisors Committee and Commissions for 2026.
I wanted to do this one next because I'd like to ask the boards to postpone this for 1 week so I have time to digest it. That's 1. That's 2. Supervisor Campbell? Okay, with that being
I think once we call it. Do you have changes that you want to make?
I hadn't had any time to actually review it or talk to staff about it. And then I do have a concern with some time commitments. I want to make sure that we're okay.
For your time commitments or someone else?
Others. I guess we'll do it now. I was going to ask Supervisor Brandon if I know that he's running for election on the state level. I want to make sure that he has time to handle the appointments. I know he does. He's a rock star. I get it, but I don't want to load him up if he's got an active campaign. That's going to make him travel a lot. We want to make sure that I was going to have this talk with him privately, but here we are.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The appointments and the workload of this is fine. I did have a couple marked as well. Specifically, I think airports, ATCA seemed to only have 1. LAFCO had 2 alternates, which was a little confusing. So I would recommend tabling it and discussing. The scheduling is fine. That's not a problem.
Yeah, and that was just it. I just didn't want to commit you to committees and chairs that you have other obligations to. And then, like I said, I had not had time to review this with staff.
Yeah. I think that's fine. Taking a pause to review it. Since we're talking the questions, so maybe you can take some feedback from us now.
Please.
Since we can't meet. So if you look at the way RCRC is structured, you have Holland as a representative there, and then all the subcommittees go underneath him. I would recommend that we do the same thing for CSAC because it's kind of divided up evenly. It's something I brought up in the past, and I thought we had it changed last year. But I attend all these meetings. And it's a little bit, any supervisor can attend those committee meetings, but as the CSAC rep, it's kind of my responsibility to keep track of all of them. So I think just for simplicity, just add all those to my column and then add the alternate to, who's the alternate? Jaren, are you the alternate?
For CSAC or RCRC?
Yeah, for CSAC. Just add
I'm the
all
alternate.
Yeah, just add all the alternates to him, rather than divide it up this way. Because I do attend all those meetings.
Right, and I knew that. That's kind of one of the things I wanted to bring up, address. So with that being said, then that would make Supervisor Brandon the alternate for all of CSAC and all of RCRC. And I think that's kind of what you were talking about. Maybe there were some changes you wish to address. So I'm okay with it if that's what we want to do.
I'd only add, we kind of have two rows in this. One is total committee assignments and alternates. It's not really a real one. In practice, alternates do not really participate most of the time, and these committees are that. There's really only the total committee assignments, which is chair or member, of which I'm notably at 6, which is about half of most of the other folks. I would be fine to be the alternate. It doesn't really change much. The only thing I would add is a little different at CSAC when we have the conference and the meetings are happening. There are some that happen for committees at the same time. But as Supervisor Campbell mentioned, it doesn't really limit our ability to participate anyways. So however it works is fine.
So why don't we do this? If, with the board's permission, I'd like to postpone this for a week. Maybe Supervisor Campbell and Brandon, if you could maybe email the staff your thoughts on that. And then the other board members can email the staff their thoughts on what committees have, as long as I'm good with everything on here from my side of it. I just did not wish to overload any one supervisor or another.
I would highlight though, again, LAFCO and ATCA are missing. They're the way it's, I don't think it's accurate on here. And then the airports committee is something that only affects particularly 2 districts. So for the District 5 rep to not be on the airports committee is very unusual.
Yeah, I did not put the list together, so that's why I kind of wanted to talk. Okay. So why don't we do this? With the board's permission, let's go ahead and delay this. We'll have public comment on this real quick, and then we'll go from there. So if anybody wishes to come up and speak regarding the assignments or the 2026 Board of Supervisor Committee assignments, please do. You'll have 3 minutes. Yeah, it's right here. Oh, it's.
Well, as the new board chair, I think you should have time to look at this and make your own decisions. And my only one suggestion is I'm assuming the Transportation Committee refers to TCTC. And I would like to see someone on that committee that has a little bit more interest in transportation than what I've seen from Mr. Holland.
Transportation Committee, oh, sorry, and just to answer it, I jumped in without.
Hold on a second, I just want to make sure. We're talking about the TCTC.
Well, you've got it up there. Is
No.
that
Yeah,
TCTC? Because I'm not seeing it down, or it's down here?
There's
Oh,
3 things.
Okay, it's under Joint Powers Authority. I'm looking at the wrong one. Well, still, I think Mr. Griefer has far more interest in transportation than Mr. Holland.
So there's the Transportation Committee, which is a function of the county, and it's in the Policy Advisory Committees group.
Right.
There's TCTC, which is Tuolumne County Transportation Commission, and there's TCTA, which is Tuolumne County Transit Authority. Traditionally, it was always the same 2 board members
Oh, okay.
that were on all 3 of those committees, but that's kind of changed up a little bit.
Well, you all don't seem to care what we've done in the past, and you all want to do your own thing. And I'm just making a suggestion that I would like to see someone who's truly interested in transportation be on that committee so we can make a difference.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Hello again. I'd like to ensure that if you are on any of these committees, you need to make sure that you do not have a conflict of interest on these committees. Also, I'd like them to be open to the public, and there needs to be proper notification that these meetings are going on so people of the public can attend.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. So with the board's permission, I'd like to table this for a week, and we can bring it back and have it on the next meeting, which I believe is the 13th. Any objections?
No.
Seeing none, so be it. All right, now read item number 2 of consent calendar, please.
Item number 2, consideration of providing a list of priority transportation projects to the Tuolumne County Transportation Council for their strategic planning workshop.
Good afternoon, Board. Blossom Scottheim, your Public Works Director. Tuolumne County Transportation Council is holding a strategic planning workshop on Wednesday, January 14th, and the county has been asked to provide a list of priority projects for that workshop. County staff met to discuss priorities and projects and develop the list in the memo for your consideration. I would also ask that you add to that list of a support for trails, both in the U.S. Forest Service with some of the ongoing trail projects that are going on with Caltrans and other coordination such as that. Bridge and safety projects, those projects that are traditionally not funded by the TCTC, were not included in this list. Those projects are prioritized by data. In the case of bridges, bridge inspections, and in the case of safety, with collision data. Let me know if you have any questions.
Okay, and we'll go ahead, Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. And I appreciate that. Of course, Rawhide Bridge, that is going to be always the top, is to make sure that we're able to keep putting money in that and asking for that priority. It's different here. I did want to ask about the Gold Rush Trail Plan. I see that there is active transportation requests within this. That is something that, to my knowledge, is being developed by TCTC, particularly as a spearhead. There's sections running to, I believe Columbia was into, if I remember correctly, beyond the feasibility analysis into the engineering analysis, and I think there was another section. I see Tamara's stepping up too. So my question on that is, should those be on this list? Is there a place for us to request those continue to be a priority? Or is it, again, kind of a separate thing?
If you add a focus on trails or a prioritization of trails to this existing list in the memo, then we will be sure to coordinate with TCTC on those projects.
Okay, is that specific then to the Gold Rush? Because I would say trails on federal land is one thing. It's kind of different than we are in the middle of the Gold Rush Trail and some implementation of that. I know there's a lot of town halls that happened too. Should it be by name then? Maybe Tamara?
I will let Tamara jump in
Yeah,
real quick.
or jointly, yeah, whatever.
We are seeing a lot more focus on trail projects from the publics, from the communities. And so we are always open to coordinating with our partners where that makes sense.
Thank you. Tamara Blankenship, Executive Director for TCTC. For Gold Rush Path, that is already a priority project. It's already in, every phase of that has some level of funding and is in some level of planning. So the request for bringing forward items for consideration for our strategic planning workshop was really to make sure that as the county is looking forward toward new projects or projects that don't have any sort of funding that may come under TCTC's funding. So bridge projects would not really be, within our purview. But what are the projects that need planning studies? What needs to be amended into our regional transportation plan, our active transportation plan? So really having those, make sure they come forward at our strategic planning workshop. And that the county has a uniform kind of response to that, so that our board, the TCTC board, can consider that as they're looking forward to their priorities for the next 3 years.
Okay, so it's an ongoing commitment. Adopting this is not changing, that is still a priority, the Gold Rush Trail. This is really requests for, here's what to look for next.
We have projects that are already funded and ongoing. This doesn't affect those at all. This is really looking toward what are those future priorities that the TCTC board wants to focus on, so that we can put future funding requests and future, in our overall work program, make sure we're dedicating the resources that would be needed to fulfill those priorities.
Okay, and then one last question might fit into that. The Jamestown, I believe it was the Safe Routes for School, but the parking, the realignment in front, I see that we have here talking about Solsville Elementary. I know that was a lot of meetings with Civic Well, talking about is that still similar boat, an ongoing proposal where that's working and this would not be relevant to it? Or is that something that still needs our request to TCTC for support? Again, I'm not sure who exactly that. So please, either.
The existing project up on Fifth Avenue and surrounding areas, that is an ongoing project that is already funded.
Okay,
So
great.
that project will continue.
Wonderful.
This is specific to this, this ATP project, but we could also generalize the priority as any ATP projects that are listed in the TCTC's ATP program or plan.
Great, thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Kirk.
Hi, Blossom. And I saw that you emailed me this morning, and we've been busy all day, so I haven't had a chance to review it. But I wanted to pull this few things. I'll just nail them off, and then you can tell me how you feel. J59. I didn't know why J59 was on here, because I think there's been talks in the past about that being a state route. So I wasn't sure if we wanted to invest monies into a route that might end up taken over by the state or Merced, whatever that conversation was. And then SR 108 Soulsbyville Road intersection, I'm just going to read this verbatim. It's one of the better performing intersections in the county, so I wasn't sure why we're investing in that area when there's like Rawhide Road Bridge, Jamestown's traffic congestion. Like, I just feel like I drive that all the time, and it's a pretty, in my opinion, pretty good performing intersection. And then my last question was, can we use any of this for North Tuolumne Road so we don't lose North Tuolumne Road again? Because we already got money tied up in it. Be nice to finish that.
So I will take those in order. Highway J59 LaGrange Road, there have been talks about giving that to Caltrans for many, many, many years. They will not take that on unless it meets highway standards and is in a good state of condition, which it ticks neither of those boxes right now.
Okay, so that's, I thought I heard something a year ago that
Now,
was
that
under
said,
works.
this build grant that we would like to partner with Stanislaus and Merced counties on, the deadline's coming up. I don't know if we can even get something put together in time, but we want to try. That would try to tick both those boxes, depending on what we can. We discussed at CSAC that we are more likely to get it taken on by Caltrans by presenting a united front across all three counties. And so this, using some of the recommendations from a plan that the TCTC did a couple years ago would help put us in a better position. But regardless of whether the state takes it over, we have to fix that road.
Okay.
Secondly, this 108 intersection, that would be specific just to pedestrian improvements, not pavement or operational improvements from a traffic standpoint.
Okay, we're about, just out of curiosity. Is it-
Between Willow Springs and Mona Vista, so connecting those communities across the highway.
Okay. Like I get from like Divine Market to, where would it land?
The outpost.
The outpost, okay.
Yeah, so connecting, you've got these two communities that are very much separated by that large highway. So we're
I'm not
looking.
trying to be a smart ass, but like
Yeah.
I get Willow Springs, I used to live there, but there's not really there's not a community at the outpost.
So it's phase one is, and we did a study on this a couple years ago. I have the plan I could forward to your board if you'd like to see it. Starting with the safe route to schools component from the elementary school up to Willow Springs, connectivity across the highway, and then some pedestrian improvements and some placemaking in Mona Vista.
Could I change that and say, don't go across the street and make it safer down to the school where the kids are walking down to school?
So if I could jump in,
'Cause that's
that was the initial point of it, was to connect the intersection crosswalk, which was built by Caltrans and exists, but it dead ends into a ditch on the Willow Springs side. So connecting that through walkability, brush reduction, sidewalks if possible, if there's enough money, and then making an improvement at the crosswalk so that kids that are on the north side of the street are able to cross to the school. That's where this started. And that's the primary thrust of the study.
Okay, sorry.
And any projects would come to your board before funding is expended.
Okay, but I just want to be clear. I want to improve that area for the kids' safety, but is it going to improve the main highway of children is coming out of Willow Springs and going down to the school?
And that is phase one.
That will happen. That will
Yes.
make it safe.
Yes.
Specifically. Okay. And then the other portion is if you go right from Divine Market to 108, improving that area to cross the street.
Correct.
Okay, which I think is if you guys think that's needed, then okay, but there's just no community by the outpost. That's my only hesitation is don't put money on, don't put $1 million on the other side of that street. But if we're protecting the kids to Soulsbyville, then I support that. And that's what it sounds like this does.
And then finally.
North Tuolumne Road.
Tuolumne Road North, that kind of falls under the bullet point number 1, road maintenance and paving. TCTC has access to a couple different types of funding for us. They have very specific funding, the RSTP, which can be used on arterial and major collector roads, such as Tuolumne Road North. That is a pretty large pot of money that they put out a call for projects for periodically. They also have the less restrictive funding, generally LTF, that can be used on any roads, including local roads. It's the one pot of money we can use on local roads and minor collectors. And so this is just telling their board that our county board prioritizes road projects, whether it's at that.
All the above.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, boss.
Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell? I'm just going to go down the road. So, did you have any comments? No, Supervisor Holland.
Yeah.
Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. And there was one addition I wanted to check. Again, I'm not on the discussion of the priorities with this for TCTC, but specifically the hairpin turn at Highway 49. I know that we've had, and there was a member of the public mentioned, I've corresponded with about some of the City of Sonora stability issues and what would be key evacuation routes, some of the stacked brick and the hydrological environment. That and the hairpin turn both seem to be very pressing issues that are largely going to be in the TCTC or working with Caltrans's boat. Were those discussed as potential projects or priorities? Is that something that should be included in case there is a disaster evacuation grant or some highway funding?
So before Tamara jumps in, I will point out that neither of those projects are on roads that obviously the county controls.
Right.
But that does not mean that we don't support the project.
Right.
I assume you mean the Tuttletown
Yeah.
turn there. That is
Every 3 months, a semi gets stuck.
Yes.
Even putting signs up, lights up, something. I know that's been installed at Caltrans. They've said they're looking into it. They're kind of not. It's been an issue for a few years. I don't know if this is the appropriate document where we're able to get something onto it. It's kind of my first ability to, within TCTC, comment on our projects list.
It is actually a current Caltrans project. It's a shop project, and they are moving forward with that project. So at Caltrans speed, so it's not something you're going to see an immediate resolution to, but it is a project. And they are, the last comment I saw was that they had it listed as a minor shop project, but the costs have increased dramatically and the project is more complicated than initially evaluated, so it's now a major project. And they are moving forward on that project, and I can get you some specific details on that, but it is active. And the city issue, I just heard last night.
Right.
And so I will follow up with both the city. I understand that it's mostly city responsibility with very limited Caltrans kind of involvement or concern. And I understand Caltrans has evaluated that as well and came with a different conclusion. So I'll look at that a little bit further. And if there's advocacy that needs to happen with Caltrans, I'll definitely be following up on that.
Okay.
Just add to that, there may be the opportunity for the city to apply for some FEMA funding for that project or not. I know that Dory has reached out to them to see if it would be an eligible project.
Right.
And I will follow up that. Roger, myself, Blossom, representatives of the California Highway Patrol and representatives of Caltrans all met at the end of December regarding the hairpin turn in Tuttletown, as well as 108. The pass regarding our semis issue. So I think this conversation is going to be coming as well.
Why am I just hearing about a meeting there of such a project?
Well, the original, well, it's not, it wasn't a project. It was about how are we going to have the, what steps is it going to take to get the big rigs from stopping from jackknifing right there. Same thing with 108 at the pass and things like that. So when they come together with that, we were going to have a larger conversation.
Okay. Well, as a project within my district, I've been having parallel conversations with Grace. I would appreciate if meetings like that happen, that I would be informed, even with its TCTC, particularly something like that in the future.
All right. Anything else for item number 2?
I would recommend that your board approve the list of priority projects in the memo with the, pardon me, with the addition of trails priority to provide to the TCTC for their strategic planning workshop.
Okay. With that being said, I'll look for a motion. Thought I was doing great. Public comment.
In response to Supervisor Kirk's comments, I just want to say that I have tried to cross 108 there using those crosswalks, and I chickened out. So those, when I've been doing drug take back or suicide prevention or something, you can't really cross that highway using those pedestrian crosswalks. And actually, they did build some senior housing, so it's up past, I don't know what is it, Launchway Sunshine or something, it's up past that. So past Dollar General out there. I think they're probably 5 years old now, but there are some seniors that live up there.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir?
I think we need to prioritize things that are a priority. We shouldn't be funding fun items right now. As far as people crossing one way, I haven't seen too many people trying to go across there. I think majority of that funding needs to be put onto the crosswalk and some kind of lighting system. I've been dropping my kids off there for a decade and still have 6 more years to go, so it is a big issue. People being able to go to Divine or go to the Outpost, there's no problems whatsoever, so we need to make sure that's a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any others? All right, now I'll accept a motion.
I'll make a motion to move on an amended staff recommendation to include, I believe, trail projects, was it as well?
Looking for a second?
I'll second it.
Or not?
Okay, Supervisor Hall. Supervisor Brandon made a motion to accept as is with, and then include the trails?
Yeah.
Okay, and there was a second by Supervisor Holland. Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? That's it. All right. Thank you, everyone. Uh-oh. Oh.